Greetings, chess friends, and welcome to Goa, a small state on the western coast of India with a population of about 1.6 million people, where for the next month we'll be witnessing the World Cup, the FIDE World Cup, with 3 spots in the candidates tournament on the line. This is a very, very fun and exciting tournament, but one of the biggest stakes in the tournament are these 3 spots in the 2026 candidates tournament, which will be 8 players picking a challenger for world champion Gukesh. So, those 3 spots, the biggest prizes, on the line here in Goa. Today we are in round 2, it's game 2 of what's called round 1, because this tournament is split into 7 rounds of knockout matches. So it'll be the second game today, and games should be starting very soon. This was one of the coolest games from yesterday. Turkish prodigy Cengiz Khan Erdoğan literally checkmating his opponent in 17 moves on the black side of an exchange French. This will give you some sense of the potential violence of the first round matchups. So here, white plays a complicated move in h4. G3, and now the fun gets started only at move 10. Cengiz Khan Erdoğan had spent 40 plus minutes just on these first 10 moves, thinking very, very hard. 15, 14, 16, 12 minutes per move on each move here. And trying to make sure that he got something going here in the opening out of this exchange French, and here it is. The knights, one gets sacrificed, the other tries to stay alive and win the game, chases the queen around, and here threatens bishop h1 and knight f3 check to win the queen, and sacks another piece and checkmates. All right, so let's see if we've got moves yet from game 2 here. FIDE World Cup games. Let's refresh. Somebody wants to be friends. 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 Okay, close the alerts. Close the alerts. There we go. There's game 2. Jeffrey Shong, Rodstein, Artemyev, Michael Adams. You'll see that a lot of the top seeds have buys. You see where it says 1-0 buy. Shant Sargsyan just doesn't have an opponent, like similar to Gukesh, and the top maybe even 32 seeds don't have opponents here. I'm going to try and scroll for one of the matchups that I thought was the closest to see what we can find. I believe there were some matchups that were not so mismatched if we look hard enough. How's everybody doing? Ready for the tournament? Adiz Gorel, the other Turkish prodigy in action, also starting off with a win. Chgayev, no upsets here yet. Mamedyarov with a bye. There are a lot of good players at this tournament. Aryan Tari with a draw in the first game. Interesting. Pranesh. Da, 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 da. we might be scrolling for a little while here. That's okay. It looks like no moves have come through yet, so there's a little bit of a delay as normal for cheat prevention. I think there's probably just a coin flip Sweet Blue basically on the first board, and then they alternated every board going down from there. So let's see, Bakro won the first game, Cheparinov won the first game. I think in theory Cheparinov and Bakro would be matched up with each other next round, if I recall correctly. Hike with a draw in the first round. So a good result for his opponent. Yufa with a draw. Mendonca with a draw. Could open up this game. If I go back, do I get to keep scrolling from where I was? Good. Nope. It took me back up a little bit, but not all the way. The World Cup is always rough for those who lose in the first round, as Dr. Pop Pop has correctly pointed out. Yeah, you can, like, it's a 7-round tournament, which can be an extremely long tournament. If each round lasts 3 days, you could be playing for a long time at this tournament. But it can be an extremely short tournament as well if you lose in the first round. And it can be a long trip to make in order to lose. So far, I don't see any upsets in the first game. Oh, this is one of the closer matchups, so maybe we'll watch this one today. Although Divya did lose with white, so that means she's down a game with black against a higher rated opponent. Certainly not an easy matchup there. Oh, it took us way up again. Looks like Wesley's even playing this tournament. Wow, imagine if Wesley went to the candidates tournament after not really trying to qualify through other routes. There's Jesse's Alexei Grebnev. Why did I not really see one or two of these players in my bracket? Let me see my bracket. Okay, Petrov against Gazarian. Was a matchup that I was not sure about for the first round. We haven't scrolled past that, have we? I don't think so. Darda won. Oh, here we've got one. Cristobal Henriquez lost to Urtsaik. That's the closest thing that we've got to an upset there, I think. Yeah. Hello. That's an exciting matchup. Anybody awake over on YouTube? I know this is not the normal time for our shows. Wait, he lost the rook versus rook and bishop, resigning here. Is this resignable? Huh. That's weird. Not even clear why he resigned on the last move. Let's get a little feel for this game. Ambitious opening from black. C5, yeah. Ooh, white's better. Straight out of the gate. Queen b5, rook c1. King f2. Rook check here. Oh, trade queens, rook takes g2, king takes g2, bishop c6, winning for black. Oh, that's a nice tactic. Little tactic there. Hey, Kiternach. For me, it is early right now. Yeah. Okay, looking for some counterplay with queen f2. White calmly grabs a pawn and then tries to hold that. Oof. Black is active. Comes the e-pawn to stop him. Oh, la la. One would almost think white should have won this easier at this point. I mean, it's epic that black puts up any defense from here. Wow. Wow, great defense. Wow. That was incredible. I don't even know, how white won that in the end. All right, let's see game two. Have they started? Not quite yet. In theory, I believe the round started 14 or 15 minutes ago, and that's about how long a relay delay usually is. Current time in Goa 3:16. Yeah, so we should be seeing some moves now. And there is e4 from Cristobal Henriquez. Stamatis Kurkulos. Beginning with knight f3 against Divya Deshmukh. And Shishu Wang with d4 against Mendonca. These are two-game matches, so the goal right now, the basic goal for most of these players, is to score 1.5 out of 2, including yesterday's game plus today's game. Now, of course, those who are already down 0-1, their goal is just going to be to score 1 out of 2, which is going to be enough to send them into a tiebreaker. I'm going to scroll here for a moment, even though I know moves have just started. Let's see. Lagarde won the first match. The very biggest, most famous names are not in action until round 2, so you won't be seeing the most famous chess players today. You'll be seeing them in the next round soon enough. Yes, Falgri, let's go find Faustino's game. Good call. There's so many boards. It is hard to find them. Bardia won the first game. Thank goodness. Oh, I can right click and then I don't lose my place. All right, great. A Wonder has a bye. Puya Idani won the first round. I think I did bet on Idani, so to speak, in my bracket. Oh, this one's very important. I picked Zemlyansky to score a series of upsets here, so let's keep him open. Georg Meyer wins the first round. Good on him. Jagadish versus Bobby Chang. That's a very close matchup. Rating wise, Andy Woodward won the first round. This is a very close matchup. I picked Gregorian over Oddly. Oh, here are the closest matchups down here, huh? Artours. Let's see how you do it, Artours. Oh, there's a lot of matches that ended in that had a draw in the first game. So a lot of matches that are fairly close. And here's Burkic versus Faustino. Yeah. Okay, and with that, I think we can get started. Oh, shoot. Who did I pick here? I picked Fier. Okay, I did pick Fier. These were like the hardest matches to pick for the first round, I think. Parligras, Fier, Lupulescu, Bloberger. So the closest matches are down here. Kurt Gazarian lost the first game to Nikita Petrov. Okay, let's leave this down here in this area and let's get started on a couple games. I'm not going to be able to find all these games if I open any more. So, Bardia. I guess we could close the live chess server. There's not going to be any time for me to play games in the middle here of this coverage. So here's Zemlyansky. Oh, I know this position that they're playing, and they both know it. They're playing it very, very quickly. This is some opening theory. Still, everybody on YouTube's asleep. Okay, so this is... Oh, I was going to say a position I've seen from the King's Indian defense. But they get to it with a Benoni move order. Now transposes to the King's Indian move order. Right here. Takes here. Exchange sack. Queen e7. You just castle, leaving it hanging. Queen d2. And now this move is new to me. h6. And this is the first move on which Zemlyansky thought, just like it would have been the first move I would have thought on. h6. And he plays rook f2. Normally, I believe it's black goes for knight h5 right into the dark squares, and then knight e5. Trading this knight and trying to put the bishop here, going into the dark squares around the king side. But black plays, just a move that leaves more tension in the game here with h6. And White's first reaction here with rook f2 is to double. Let me get my human eval bar. I pretty much know what the evaluation should be in a position like this. It's actually something like 0.6. This position should be favorable for white. The first task for white in a position like this is actually, not just the first task, the overall task for white is to make something of the rooks, right? Your only advantage in the position is you have an extra exchange. There's no fully open file. So the most logical thing we can do for white originally is to pressure the semi-open F file a little bit by getting the rooks involved. The second thing you can try to do in general for white is to make some minor piece trades or some pawn trades. Any kind of trades have some chance of improving your rooks. Of course, there are exceptions. There are gooder or badder trades. And the best trade would be to trade off one of black's bishops. If you can break up black's bishop pair, that's generally a really good long-term improvement to white's position. So rook f2 is a logical response to h6. We'll see what Ponsulaya does here against this prodigy, if there's some kind of deep strategy behind this opening choice. Often, I think in the World Cup, they know their opponents quite a ways in advance, so they can prepare pretty hard for the first round pairing. They can even pre-plan for a likely second round pairing or third round pairing before they come to this tournament, depending on how much of a preparer they are. And should you drink a cup of coffee or go to sleep? If you've not yet been to bed, you probably need to go to bed and take care of your health. So h6, an interesting move, likely part of preparation. Then you ask yourself, well, is rook f2 a surprising move? How much further could black potentially have prepared this? Ponsulaya, very, very strong grandmaster, currently rated 2450, but I've seen Ponsulaya in the 2600s in past years. I don't know what mix that is of rating deflation or aging or whatever, but now, you know, the prodigy here, the 15-year-old Ivan Zemlyansky, 150 points higher rated pretty much somehow at this point. I can feel there's a window open with cold night air coming in somewhere. Ponsulaya, though, the style, you know, very complicated, dynamic, creative, unusual ideas and positions. So curious to see how he will handle this position. Here we've got a very high rating right now for Bobby Cheng of Australia. Wow. I didn't know he was that highly rated. Let me look up Bobby Cheng's history. These are both child prodigies here, you know, Bobby Cheng and Jagadish Singh. Or Jagadish Siddharth, maybe? Siddharth, yeah. Jagadish Siddharth. From Singapore. So Bobby now 28 years old, but his rating is so high. When did his rating get this high? He was 2540 in 2023. He's gained 50 points in 2024. Huh. Cool. Adults don't often gain 50 points, you know, so good on Bobby. Jagadish should be about 18 years old if I had to guess. I didn't look it up just now. Looks like he's playing something where you trade your dark squared bishop. like a Nimzo or a Bogo Indian. Let's see what the move order was. Their first game ended in a draw here, so neither of these players is in a must-win position here. Siddharth versus Bobby. Yeah. So black gives the dark squared bishop and then plays d5 Queen's Gambit style, which can sometimes be dubious on your dark squares. But if the plan is actually to keep a pawn immovably on d5 and blockade the d pawn, the plan could keep white's bishop on c1 from ever being able to get out with f3 and e4. Right? If you keep the pawn on d4 forever, let's say white took and you don't even keep your bishop open, right? But you did this, then the plan is you're just not letting this bishop get out because you're keeping this pawn blocked. So that could be kind of the strategy behind d5. We'll see about that. Let's keep clicking around. Karen Grigorian against Ahmed Adli. Don't even remember for sure who I predicted to win this one in my bracket. Kostya, Jesse, and I all participating in a bracket contest here. Let me see. Go to my bracket, see who I picked for that one. I picked Ivic. I picked Narayanan. I picked Denis Makhnev over Diego Flores. I picked Naxons for his match, which ended first round was a draw. I picked Gurgly Cantor. That's another close match over there. I picked Karen Grigorian to get the upset against Ahmed Adli here. And he's kicked things off with an exchange variation. Queen's Gambit declined. And not sure what white should be thinking about yet here, but okay. Maybe a surprise opening from Adli. Here we've got Naxons with black against Alisher Suleimanov of Kazakhstan. This is a semi-Tarrasch. Chekaruski. Long think here on queen d6, preventing this queen from going through f4. You know, normally in this position here, I would expect white kind of picking between bishop c4 and bishop d3 is kind of like the big choice. And h3 is really an unusual move, almost like a waiting move. Obviously, it was some opening prep for white. It was played in 2 seconds, and overall, white had not used any time yet on the game. But it doesn't look like a super powerful move to me. Naxon goes to develop this bishop. You know, bishop here would have looked very logical immediately, but Naxon's went into a deep think and tries queen d6, and now we get bishop d3. Hey, Silent Assassin. In the USA, it's either 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., or 5 a.m., depending on where someone might be in this large country. I am in the 2 a.m. time zone on the West Coast. And it's quite chilly. I might want to deploy my sweater, but I thought that at the start here we'd maybe kick things off with a beautiful professional shirt. so we're gonna do that until I get too cold. How am I awake? I went to bed at 8 p.m. So I slept nearly 6 hours today, which is not bad. How do I want to do this table leg? I think I want to not do the table leg. Let's just scoot this a little more this way. All right, that works for me. All right. Buenos días a los ajedrecistas y ajedrecistas de España. Nabucodonosorsísimo. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And finally, YouTube has woken up. Raul Sharma, hello. This is live on YouTube and Twitch at once. Both. Huh, interesting, Sweet Blues. Interesting. All right, so we'll make no secret of the fact that Artur Nexons is a friend here, so we're going to squarely and blatantly root for him here with black. If you were looking for objective, neutral, impartial, how do you say unpassionate? Because impassioned actually means with lots of passion. Unpassionate coverage, you came to the wrong place. I'm going to be biased in favor of everybody who's my friend, everybody who's on my junior team, like Faustino Oro here, going up against Ante Brkic. I don't think I predicted Faustino to get the upset, but we can still dream. Passionless, perhaps, completely without passion. Yeah, that could be a good one, Maiden. Thank you. Guten Morgen to René in Deutschland. Willkommen hier bei den FIDE World Cup 2025. Große Schachturnier. So we're going to be rooting for Faustino here. We're going to perhaps root here for Leon Mendonca. He crushed Kostya memorably at a tournament in Spain 2 years ago that we visited together, which, sometimes you could then root against somebody for crushing you. You want some kind of revenge. For example, Kostya lost to another Indian prodigy in that same tournament. Sorry, Kostya, but it's true. And later on, I got revenge for Kostya in that tournament. But in this case, Kostya was very impressed with Leon-Luc Mendonca, both over the board and in the post-mortem. So we've decided to root for him going forward. Dispassionate. Oh, man. They're teaching me English here today. Thank you, Yakmin. That is perfect. And things from space. Oh, man. Okay. We're going to reveal that my brain has come apart and I don't even know the English language anymore. And so what am I doing? Broadcasting. But I'm here anyway. Hopefully there will be something useful at some point here in the commentary. Dispassionate, very good. So you're not going to get any dispassionate or impartial or unbiased commentary here. We're going to be rooting for Leon-Luc Mendonca. Starts with a Queen's Indian defense move order here and then gets into kind of a semi-Tarrasch structure, right? Like the one that we see in the game between Suleimanov and Nexons. And yeah, nice little check from Shishu, which is going to force black to play c5, which they probably wanted to anyway, but we'll have to. Castle, c5, e4, queen c7, and at any point black could play cd, and we'll get that same pawn structure. Difference is black didn't get bishop b4 check and a bishop trade. So I think overall this position, black has just a little bit more of a cramp, relatively speaking, compared to that other variation. I would guess like a tiny advantage for white, but my eval bar is from a different game. My eval bar is from Zemlyansky's game, where the choice here was b6 after 7 minutes. So that puts into question how much Pansulaya was prepared for this game. Rooks double fairly quickly from Zemlyansky, and bishop a6. This doesn't strike me as a weak point for white, so I'm not yet convinced about black's opening, but I guess, the rook's coming here and queen here next. So we'll see. Hey, Tanmay, thank you for the suggestion. I did kick things off today by reviewing Erdogmus's game from yesterday, as I am a fan of beautiful short games. So we did kick it off with Erdogmus. It was round one game. We might check in on his second game, but right now, my focus would be more on the matches where it's not clear who's going to win the match. You know what I mean? So that's going to be my first focus, and there's so many games going on today. I don't know if I will be checking on Salem and Erdogmus's second games very much today, those being the games where, they'd be the players, among the most likely to go through and win their matches today. We'll see. However. Divya Deshmukh playing a Pierce defense. When you're in a must-win situation as black, sometimes you have to play something a little bit outside of your normal range. Depends. Sometimes just your own normal stuff can do it. Hi, Oscar. Welcome. Here, Divya playing something pretty aggressive and unusual with the Pierce. Spend some tempi with the knight to get white's pawn to advance. A6. I don't know if a4 is necessary. I don't think b5 looks even that great for black. Maybe playable. So a4 got played in e5. No huge upsets yesterday, things from space. The top players weren't playing in the first round. They've got buys, right? But then there are still some, heavy mismatches, and in general, very few upsets among them. This was the biggest one I saw, that Ertsaik Agibileg, who I'd never heard of, and I am from Mongolia, won the first game against Cristobal Henriquez, a few points shy of 2,600. So this is the biggest must-win for a top seed that I saw. So we got an advanced French, and then immediately, unusual variation here, g3. Now, you would think black would make a trade before going knight e7, but black thought for a few minutes and played knight e7, so now you get this trade, dragging the queen out here. There's a tempo for white with bishop e3 or b4 immediately, and generally it's favorable for white. If white had played bishop e2 instead of g3, for example, it's favorable for white, or bishop d3, to get this trade on c5 and gain one or two tempi off the queen. So we'll see, but g3 is a very unusual move, so we'll see how it plays out in the g3 line, whether that changes things very much. Right about now, white wishes they'd just play bishop d3, because it would just be an amazing position for white, theoretically, with the bishop on d3. You just play b4, castles, rook e1, and you're cruising for white. Here, I'm not sure. And we see some of that must-win pressure, right? As Tanmay was saying, people in must-win situations should provide the max excitement. And here you see that people in must-win situations are sometimes under the maximum pressure, right? Oh, you're saying he lost on time. Yeah, I didn't understand why he lost, because the final position, it looked like it was not lost. So that is pretty tragic, to just lose on time in a drawn position. But look at the time usage from Cristobal here, right? Just 7 moves in. To some extent, he probably prepared this g3 move in advance, maybe. And here he is. He spent 20 minutes on the clock on the last 2 moves. And that's showing the pressure that's on these players to get good positions in the opening, or just the overall pressure, regardless of the opening or the position or whatever, just the pressure that's on them in these 2-game matches. He simply has to win this game. And when you're playing against a good opponent sometimes, or an opponent who's beaten you yesterday, sometimes you get this feeling like, I can't allow a single slip. So he's investing heavy time in his opening. We saw another game from yesterday, right? Erdogmas invested heavy time in the opening in his game. He spent 40 minutes on the first 10 moves of an exchange French. Just figuring out how to get any kind of upper hand in that opening. So there is a lot of pressure on the players in must-win situations. Yes, Nabucco. Apparently, Cristobal is the one who lost on time yesterday. And now he's obviously headed towards losing on time again today, you could say. Yeah. Okay. And after 18 and a half minutes of thought, Cristobal plays b4. That would have been the move if the bishop were on e2 or d3. That much I know and Cristobal already knew, but he went deep into this, and the queen should drop back to b6 quickly, and hopefully he's got his next move planned there, whether it's bishop e3 or bishop f4 or something else. Here black's going to be able to quickly play knight g6 to put more pressure on this pawn. Normally your bishop would be on d3. Sometimes you'd take. Here, how is white going to defend this pawn quickly enough is not obvious. And the bishop can't... If the bishop goes to f4, you're committing to the trade, which I'm not sure if white likes. Maybe you have to play b5 right now to take the pressure off e5. That might be necessary. In fact, now that I've thought of it, I'm almost certain that's kind of like the obvious move for white here. You have to go b5, yeah. See, if you play a normal move and black goes knight g6, I don't think you can hold this properly. You're basically just losing it off the bat, and I don't believe that the goal is to allow this kind of a trade for white this early with that structure, which black can play against. I don't think that's amazing. I think pretty much you have to play b5 to take the pressure off of this and then keep playing from there. But once you've put the pawn here, bishop g2, queen b5 doesn't look great, right? So then what are we doing with the pawn on g3? Oof. Yeah, I don't know. Cristobal. When you played b4, you know for sure black's playing queen b6. It's the only move that doesn't lose the queen. And Cristobal is not blitzing out the next move, is he? Man, somehow it makes it feel like he's already in a bad spot out of the opening here, folks. I mean, he had the white pieces, but he's just putting so much pressure on himself. And it's not obvious what he's supposed to do next. Oh man, I can feel the pressure and tension so early in the game already on poor Cristobal. The position's usually very good for white with the bishop on d3. So he'd just be down a full tempo though, Lassa. Right? If he goes b5, knight a5, bishop d3, he'll be down one full tempo. And the tempo will be g3, which means he can't go bishop f4 to g3, and well, he just has to be sure he can defend e5 quickly enough with queen e2 and rook e1, right? Hello, Subran, or Subra. Welcome to Goa. Okay, and let's see what we think of Divya's position. After e5, white went for the trade. That makes sense. Oh, especially with white being up 1 point from the previous game. When you're up 1 point, You play a long maneuvering King's Indian structure with your opponent where they get to roll everything on the king side. It's kind of a dream for black. You rather get simpler, more open positions where you can make trades and play directly earlier on. Very logical choice from Stamatis. And next up, Queen D2 perhaps. You can think about trading here. You can think about trading the bishop here. Rook's on D1 and E1. So for the moment, Stamatis can play this game pretty simply. And so Divya needs to think of something, interesting to put some life in the game. I mean, obviously it's not in some bad situation where it's hard to come up with something. There's still, it's not desperate in terms of opening, but white has made some good choices here in the beginning of the game, and it's definitely on Divya at the moment, to my mind, to find a way to make things juicy. Let's pop back to Faustino Oro. The normal, let's see, he played his tricky move order, knight c3 on move 2, faking a closed Sicilian, then an open Sicilian. Prevents bishop b4. That's a fancy move order. Overprotects the e4 pawn. Now you'd think knight f5. Instead the trade. Okay. That trade on c6 doesn't feel amazing for white, with the b file slightly weakened by the move a3. Not a big believer in this. I mean, it is this structure against the Sicilian that people never used to play as white, and then they found out it's just okay. You can play this structure. Totally, Subra. So you're going to be in Goa. I assume that means you're not there yet for this first round, but you're going to be traveling there at some point for later rounds. What rounds are you going to be watching? Bogner's your coach, Real Klein? Wow. I ran into Bogner a couple times when I was a younger man, when I wore a younger man's clothes. And he was a young grandmaster from Germany at the time. Now he represents Switzerland. One time I played him, it was in Switzerland, so I guess the seeds of the move to Switzerland were already there. You're Swiss as well? Okay. Makes sense. We played in Biel. You're from West Bengal, okay. All right, Zurich, German-speaking Switzerland. You'll be there for the final round. Sounds fun. Sounds exciting. Oh, it's going to be amazing to be there. Subra, I think there will be some Indian players in the final rounds. Who do you think will win the tournament, Subra? And everyone else in chat. It's not just me and Subra here. Chat, give me your predictions. Right now, I'd like to know from everybody, who do you see winning the World Cup, the FIDE World Cup? Karma Portrait apparently has a bye in the first round. Real Klein would like to see Kamer in the candidates. Yeah, I'd love to see that. I don't think Magnus is playing Dark Light, but good guess. If anyone asks you who's going to win a chess tournament, for about 12 years, just saying Magnus without even looking at the player list was the best way to go. Zemlyansky, Queen C2, just leaving the e-pawn wide open. I guess Queen here, Rook E1. A little sketchy for the Queen, and then Knight E5. She can stay in the game like so. Ooh, look at this little combination. Kombinaskiatsk. And then you just take on g6, you know? Boom. GG. Okay, so queen c2 getting out of the way of the e file. Black should not be pumped about taking on e3 now. All right, Tanmay predicts not just the winner, but Tanmay is going to predict the 3 players to get candidate spots: Vincent, Arjun, and Fedoseev. We have, I'm sorry I can't read your name in Cyrillic. Maybe you're Melora, I don't know. I'm saying Nicolas Theodorou. We've got Renee predicting Kamer, but we know that Renee is in Germany, so you're just predicting with your heart, Renee. That's fine. That's fine. Kamer is on a tear. I mean, he might be ranked number 4 in the world right now. He's been winning so many games, so many rating points. Subra rooting for Vincent Kamer. Wow. Look at that, folks. Indians don't only root for Indians, you know? Subra won't mind, of course, if Aragais here Prague does well. Oscar Chess wants Ivanchuk to win. Yeah, I'm not asking who you want to win. I'm asking for some cold calculation here, folks. Who do you expect to win? Another vote for Kamer from Mav Steel. Another from Sweet Blues. It is awesome to see Ivanchuk still playing these tournaments. Yes. It sure is. Love to see the players who just love chess so much that they keep playing. Even when they're no longer kids. Even if their rating is starting to slide down a little bit. Mob Steel, Ali Reza's not playing in this tournament, is he, huh? Do we know why he's not playing this tournament? The tournament's just too long. That makes sense. Why did Ali Reza Firouzja quit the 2025 World Cup? News article. One of the most notable admissions is Ali Reza Firouzja. His absence has fueled speculation and disappointment. Wow, this person writes real news articles here on attackingchess.com. A pattern of avoidance. Not the first time he skipped the World Cup. According to his own explanations, playing chess for a whole month and doing nothing else he doesn't like. You can do other things. If you win a match in 2 games, you get a rest day every round. It doesn't look like he has the reason. But attackingchess.com looks like a good chess news site. Oh, very cool, Tanmay. All right, Oscar Chess shocking us, saying Report will win the event. Wow. Wow, so, I mean, I feel like Kamer got more than half of the votes. It seems like Kamer is the big betting favorite for this whole tournament. Yeah, Wesley So is playing. Not today, things from space. Wesley and the other top players have a bye in the first round now. But Wesley So is in the event. probably h3 kicking the knight and then f4. Makes sense to me here. Salinas versus Bardia. Queen b3 Slav, a little pressure. But black just leaves the bishop on c8 and doesn't mind too much. Lasker trading maneuver. It's going to take a little while to get the bishop out. Yeah, interesting position. I guess you weren't biased, Renee. I just didn't know that Kamer was the top favorite. I tend to believe in something called the wisdom of masses. In other words, if you ask 100 people on a stream who's going to win a tournament, the most common answer you get from those 100 people will be a better answer than the answer you get from asking an expert, right? I guess Peter Lyko's playing the tournament, not commenting, so I can't use him as an example. Let's use Judith Polgar. So let's say Judith Polgar is expert commentating this tournament, and you ask her who's going to win the tournament. I respect Judith Polgar like crazy, right? But I personally believe that her pick will be less likely to be right than the pick of a group of people, right? If you ask chat could be full of players rated 500 who are just reading the name list for the first time, you know, and don't know who's who or something like that. And yet I think if you tabulate the answers from, 100, 200 people in chat, you'll get a very good answer. So my chat here is saying Vincent Kamer is clearly the favorite for this tournament. The biggest lesson from history is the masses never learn from history. There are exceptions to the idea of the wisdom of the masses. For example, if I wanted to know something very technical in like a scientific field or something like that, then a scientist who works on that question will know better than a bunch of people who don't know. But in any case, I will go with your pick over mine. My pick for winning the tournament is Gukesh. I went through the whole bracket. Falgri went for Oro to win the whole thing in the fantasy league. Wow. If you get that right, Falgri, then you should win some kind of huge prize. But yeah, if Kamer surpasses everybody and wins this thing, then wow, that's incredible the level he is at, apparently. He's been at the top of everything recently. How good is Vincent, relatively speaking, at Rapid or Blitz compared to Classical? Does anybody know? Let's look him up. If I type in Vincent, will my computer know I'm looking for Kamer? It says Vincent van Gogh, who I know. Then it offers Vincent Price, never heard of him. Vincent D'Onofrio. Feel like I've heard the name, don't know who it is. Vincent Castle, don't know. Vincent Thomas Bridge, don't know. Vincent Gallo, don't know. Vincent Jackson, don't know. Come on, computer. Vincent K. Now does it give me Kamer? Fourth choice for Vincent K. He wins and wins and wins is the first headline here from ChessBase. Then there's an interview from him. It says, chess is something I really enjoy. An interview with Vincent Kamer. There we go. That's what a chess player should be saying instead of, oh, I'm in pain. Oh, I hate it. Oh, I don't want to go somewhere and have to play chess for a whole month. Oh. Chess is something I really enjoy. There you go. That's reasonable. His rapid rating is 2650 and his blitz is 2599. Seems like a terrible pick to win this tournament, folks. But okay, we'll see. We'll test the wisdom of the masses right here, Subra, okay? Because they're picking Kamer to win, and this is a tournament which is a mixed time control tournament, classical and rapid and blitz. And Kamer has horrible ratings in rapid and blitz. So we're going to find out, are the masses really wise, or did they just see that he had a high classical FIDE rating this week because he's on a good streak, and then pick him without any real consideration? We'll see. We'll see. Normally to win this tournament, you got to be pretty good at rapid chess. Vincent D'Onofrio, apparently an actor. Yeah, I would have guessed that he was an actor, since I knew his name, but nothing of what he'd done. Real Klein says he's going to beat everyone just within the 2-game classical matches. Amazing. Nobody's ever really won this tournament that way without needing some rapid tie breaks, but we'll see. We'll see. Clicking around my positions. You're asking, would I trade on c3 or move this knight? I probably won't move this knight to f6, Oscar, because I want this knight to help me play one of these moves. My knight's hanging, so I'd probably trade it. See, Almany showing that wisdom of the masses. With the advanced scouting reports, Almany says that they saw the Wesley So versus Vincent Kamer SCC match. And it was very close. I actually saw a short part of that match myself. And it was very close. Vincent looked very, very strong in blitz that day. Yeah. So I go knight c3. Then white probably takes by queen, and then I do this. This is what I would suggest as black here. It would be my first instinct, the first thing I would look at. If I were in Bardia's pointy shoes and carrying his loot. Let's see what he's done, shall we, folks? Knight d6. Same on b takes c3, Oscar, yeah. Yeah, here I would also think c5. You don't necessarily need to rush it. You could also go b6, bishop b7 first, but then you give white time to set up with e4 and stuff. Yeah, I think I would just go here. I think white probably would play something like e4. And then we're looking at that same semi-Tarrasch structure that we've got on 2 other boards this round, right? But yeah, that's not what we're getting. He came back with knight d6. You see, again, investing a lot of time in the opening. In general, all these players are playing too slow this round. Now, I can understand the feeling of the pressure they're under. Even these top players, a lot of them haven't played many matches in their lives, right? So you can feel the incredible pressure with the kind of slow play, right? They're all really afraid of getting into a bad position. Whereas normally in chess, you know, you accept a certain chance of making an inaccurate move in order to just keep playing your moves, and you keep a normal feeling that, you know, there's a small chance you get a bad game, and there's a small chance you would recover from that, etc. You know, it's all part of the percentages and possibilities in your games. But here we see a lot of people just playing super slowly, feeling that pressure. I agree, Oscar Chess. Here, bishop e2 would make the most sense for white, getting the bishop off of the d file and a little bit further away from the knights as well. Bishop on e2, you can put the rooks on d1 and c1 and be prepared for these pawn pushes. Yeah. Idani Poya, queen e2. Idani should be comfortable, won the first game as black, playing as white this round against Kevin Corey from Mexico. Zemlyansky, okay, we got some action here. So queen c2, rook f8, a deep think from Ponsulaya, defending f7, so maybe the knight could move. Queen a4, looking to just take the pawn on a7 next. Indeed, Sweet Blue. That's like a special feature of a match compared to a tournament, right? In a tournament, when you lose a game, then you play a new opponent the next round. In a match, when you lose a game, you play the same opponent. So anytime you lose a game in chess, it's a little bit of an attack on your self-confidence. You need your self-confidence to play well. So when you lose a game, your self-confidence comes into question. And it's easier to build back your confidence, I would say, when you're facing a new opponent than when you're facing an opponent that you just lost to yesterday. So in a match, when things go badly, one of the big challenges is keeping up that belief that you can turn it around, that you can outplay somebody who's just outplayed you. These two players here had a draw in their first game. So this is a very tense matchup for them. Zemlyansky probably playing the first World Cup of his life. Pansulai has been through several. Often there's an advantage to the younger players, an advantage to the youths. But there are some unusual situations where, maybe even more advantage to the experienced players, because they're in, if you're in an unusual situation. If they were just playing in a tournament, right? Zemlyansky has played enough tournaments in the last 2-3 years. You wouldn't say like, oh, he's not used to this tournament situation. But a match, that's different, right? So I think this pairing here is very close, despite the big rating lead for Zemlyansky. Also taking into account that Pansulai is a 2600 level player and a good rapid player, so I think anything could happen with this match. So how does White follow up against this? Black could play Queen E3 at some point, so does the Queen just drop back? Is there some way to make hay over here? Is there some Knight B5? Knight B5 would be the most consistent next move in pressuring this. Plays E4, keeping the Queen off of here. Concedes some dark squares. But could be looking at an E5 pawn sack now that this knight's back here. Guess we expect this knight to move next, probably. So yeah, despite the ratings, I consider this a very, very close match right here. Rightly or wrongly, that's kind of my take on it. How are my junior picks faring? I mean, it's too early to really say too much below hot, but I've got Zemlyansky, who drew the first game with black. That's okay. Oro drew the first game with black against a higher rated opponent, so that was a good start for Oro in the first game. Then we've got Bardia. Where's Bardia? Over here. Bardia won the first game, so that was, a good start. But we're still pretty early to really say. Erdogmus won his first game. I mean, nothing to complain about from the first round. The Dojo should organize a World Cup format classical tournament. It would be really interesting. For what rating range would you say, Subra? I mean, I think that's a great idea. I immediately love it. I immediately want to do it. Problem is, I want to do thousands of things. I don't have time for all of them. But would it be open to any rating, or what? How would we do it? Yes, Pranov is also my pick. Blowhot, the world junior champion. And I think he won his first game, as did Kostya's pick, Pranesh. There were limited, major upsets in the first game yesterday. Biggest one to me was Cristobal. And where's Cristobal's game again? Here. Let's see how Cristobal's doing. Did go for b5, knight a5, switched the direction of the bishop. Bishop d7, a4, a6. Yeah. Black immediately fighting, right? And how do you take advantage of your opponent being a tempo down on positions you know? I mean, with immediate fighting, right? One should always start fights if the opponent is behind on time, and not start fights when you are behind on time, insofar as certain fighting is optional versus not optional. For black, a6 is optional, right? They could play moves like knight g6, bishop e7, or they can play more fighting moves. And Urtzeich plays another fighting move and takes it straight to Cristobal. Urtzeich, with the biggest upset I know of from yesterday, doesn't even have a picture on here. And coming straight at Cristobal again today. Why G3 was played? It was opening preparation, Lonely Hearts Club. But you mean like strategically, what would be the idea behind this unusual move? I mean, I could say the idea of the move is to play bishop G2, castles, rook E1, and the bishop on G2 is really good if black ever fights back against the center with F6. So it just kind of dissuades black from fighting against your space advantage. Once a bishop gets onto this square, castles, rook E1 is nice. Also, bishop D3 blocks the queen's defense of D4. And bishop E2 is a very crummy passive square that blocks rook E1. So the bishop on F1, there are downsides to both bishop D3 and bishop E2 in the main lines of the French. And a lot of French positions as well, where white plays E5. Eventually, if you think like a classical Steinitz variation or something like that, the bishop's often better on G2. But, then to protect E5, he felt pretty much obliged to kick that knight. And once he's got the pawn on B5 to defend, he can't send the bishop this way anymore, so he has to sort of switch plans with the bishop. Now the bishop's not a problem here in the sense that there's no pressure on D4 since he traded on C5 for the tempi on the queen. So there you sort of have it. Maybe split it into two big tournaments like that. I see. That makes sense, Subra. My other thought, Subra, is that like maybe a 400-point range would be better. So maybe we need three ranges, like 1,000 to 1,400, 1,400 to 1,800, and 1,800 to 2,000. And we could do a different rating range each year, because it's a lot to organize, and do one tournament one year and one tournament the next year. If we wanted to do like, a huge 100+ player tournament like that and do live commentary and stuff. The Dojo World Cup. I wonder if FIDE thinks they have a copyright on the word world, or maybe on the World Cup. I think they've copyrighted the word world probably. So they'll probably come after us if we use the word world in any tournament. So maybe the Dojo Chess Cup. Or maybe Subra Neal's Chess Cup. We could call it the Earth Cup, yeah? The Earth Cup. Dojo Global Cup. Yeah, there's some options. The Total Cup runneth over. A great idea. A great idea. We'll have to look into it pretty immediately. If we were going to run this tournament for a month, Subra, what's the best month of the year? If we have to pick, January, June, August, Interplanetary Universe Cup. To understand gaining tempo, Oscar Chess. I mean, you gain tempo if you play moves that are useful and improve your position, while your opponent plays moves that are not useful or improve their position. So just randomly attacking pieces is not always gaining time because you might not be improving your position. If you attack your opponent's pieces and they go to better squares, then you could even be losing time instead of gaining time, right? Yeah, it has to be something that you want to do. And they have to be forced to do something they don't want to do. It has to be both. Yeah, that's fine, Subra. You don't have to plan every detail of it. I just thought I would take whatever advice and insight I could get from you. I'm leaving my eval bar on my quote-unquote main game here because it's hard to switch it really quickly. Most of the games, the evaluation's pretty close to 0 or 0.1 right now. But I'm going to keep the eval bar for this one game for the moment, even though I'll sort of click through games here and there. Pablo thinking a long time about bishop e2, man. There's not much to think about here. Oscar would have already played it. Idani, Puya, Queen e2, Knight f6, Rook d1. Very simple, calm moves from White. Not getting too excited, not undertaking anything too crazy. Black's going to be thinking about bishop g5, so I would play bishop c2 to dissuade that. Black might still do it and sack a pawn, but yeah, at least I would drop back here probably. For Black, it'd be nice if they could play knight c5, bishop g5, trade the dark squared bishops, and get rook d8 and in time. Then Black would actually be potentially have the advantage. That's a little bit much to achieve in short time, but good to recognize that danger from White's side. Okay, Jagadish, I think, has a pretty interesting opening here. Goes for full pressure, so he's not gonna blockade the bishop on b2. He's gonna allow it, and he's going to look for some. This is very Nimzo, by the way. A non-Nimzo player with the same position might play it differently. But this is a very Nimzo way to play it. You play for time, right? Because White's being a little slow doing this, right? They've played queen c2, a3, queen takes c3 to take the bishop here. So you play for time as Black. You're looking to play rook c8, knight c5. Sometimes you find a little weakness on b3 because they've played a3. Knight e4 as a tempo if you need to. And you try to get something going on the c file, on the queenside light squares before White has fully castled and coordinated the pieces. A very logical approach and very Nimzo approach. So here comes rook c8. White just ignores what Black's doing. We get the trade, hanging pawns, so to speak. These pawns are called the hanging pawns. And White plays a4 after 14 minutes of thought. Big think from Bobby. And he wants to just play a5, get rid of the isolated a pawn, equalize the number of pawn islands, right? White's got 3 pawn islands, Black's got 2. Small theoretical structural advantage to have less pawn islands than your opponent. So he wants to get rid of the kind of isolated pawn that's his worst pawn. Normally in this kind of position as Black, I'd want my knight on c6 going to a5, blockading that and pressuring that. This knight on d7, it's not really working for me at the moment, but what does Black have in mind? Something like bishop d5, knight d5, something concrete? I don't know, rook c1? What happens here? That's a question in this position as well. If bishop takes queen c4, no wonder White thought so long before playing a4. Because bishop takes f3 is a very big question. b5, Black didn't play here, Oscar Chess, so I don't think b5 was a huge threat. No. Maybe it became a threat once the queen was there. Maybe the reason it wasn't a threat was queen b4. And once you've played queen c7, let's say I play rook a c1, maybe now you could play b5. Although, now maybe I just take, right? Seems like, yeah, b5 is a theme. I mean, I was wondering about it myself, Oscar. So it's an idea, it's a theme. a4 wasn't the only move that would have really stopped it. But yeah, maybe if white had done something, you know, like h3, maybe black has b5. It's just, I think then also black has bishop takes f3. So I don't even know if this is the primary threat compared to this. But okay, a4, and big question here about bishop takes f3, I would say. Big question. I guess white's planning to take back with the g-pawn, because I do not see that pawn sack working. That's a horrendous structure on the king side after gf3. Black can go knight h5, f4, or just queen f4. Looks very playable for black. Knight d5 to f4. Hang on, Bobby. Really? You could potentially play that down a pawn as well, Oscar Chess. That would be pretty dramatic here. To play it down a pawn. Oh, thanks, Cliff. Cliff says the queen can go over here. Keeps this defended, keeps everything flowing. Fine position for white. Okay. So enough about bishop f3. Knight e4, knight d6. Bishop d5, knight d5, knight f4. Rook fd8, knight d5. Knight d5. Knight d5. I'm just calculating knight d5, folks. Looks pretty decent for black, you know, as far as, you know, just trying to show that we have equality or that we're in the game here as black. Because I don't like the knight on d7, and I prefer the bishop pair to the hanging pawns. I mean, so the hanging pawns are sometimes considered a small disadvantage. The bishop pair sometimes a small advantage. I feel like the bishop pair would outweigh the pawns, and that if I just play random moves as black here, I'll eventually be slightly worse. Is bishop a6 also a move? Yes. Yes, it is. But to my mind, this knight d5 move is pretty easy for black here. Pawn takes, queen takes. You have to recapture the queen. There goes the bishop pair. This pawn's just hanging. Let's trade it. We get something like this. 3 pawn islands, 3 pawn islands. This bishop's going to be fine here. And black's got the c file first. Even if you do something like this, they can do this and keep a very active rook. So I would say like 1/10 of a pawn better for black, but very, very safe for black at a minimum. We don't have to argue about whether or not black has an advantage because it's very tiny, but knight d5, queen here, knight here. Oh, we got to move, and it was rook fd8. Knight here, and if the bishop moves away, then you've got to worry about the c pawn, and if we just trade off the bishop pair, that moves things much closer to equality for black. I was thinking maybe bishop here, because queen c4, there's this, right? And so, yeah, there's not one single move for black here that's just 100% clear, but I was thinking maybe this move could be played at that point. And rook c1. And now if I take, there's still this. So it's not yet, it's not yet totally clear, this position, but I kind of liked it. I didn't really see, I wasn't sure if white could go for g3 or not to get this back out. Maybe they can. Yeah, I guess I hadn't calculated it all the way to a dramatic conclusion. Rook d8's the choice of Jagadish. So yeah, just continuing to develop and create the potential for further fighting continuations later. If a5, presumably b5 would be the next move. White could bring out the rooks. White could move the queen off of some of these tactics. Yeah. So, yeah. Tense position there between those players. Gregorian, and oddly, I picked Gregorian, which in theory would be a small upset here, I think. If I look here, yeah, I picked Gregorian. Knight b5. White's position is pleasant. This is, I would say, a tiny advantage for white, this opening. Plus 0.2 or 3. Like, you can tell white's position is a little bit favorable. Let's check on Artur's. Queen d6. Wow, burning up the clock is our friend Artur's. My goodness. Knight c6, queen b2 defending it, queen trade. Oh, but at least there's a lot more moves played. Okay, so it's fine that he spent time because he's played a lot of moves. He's in the endgame here. Black's totally safe. Can they win the endgame? Who knows? I don't know, like this. Knight c6. White's happy to play king e3. I would maybe go rook d8 and king f8 and stuff. h6 is a useful move because that pawn's always going to be hanging to the bishop and the knight. You can play h6 or f6 and bring the king towards e7. Not sure I like knight c6. But, yeah, Suleimanov and Naxon's about as far into the game as anybody this round. Move 19. Burkic, long think on knight e8. Wow, okay, so we saw here, castles, ef4 as expected. And bishop e6, king h1, getting out of the way of some tactics with queen b6 at some point. Long think on this knight e8, which does not look very promising for black. I would slightly prefer Faustino's position here, just a little more space. Same number of pawn islands, but more space for white. That said, I don't understand knight e8, and it's, a nearly 2600 GM who has been 2600 in the past. So presumably there's some ideas to the move. It could be to bring this bishop to the long diagonal and then maybe bishop e5 from there. Could also go all the way to g5, but white can just drop back and then it's a little weird there. I also wondered, does he want f5, Oscar? Just like you, I wondered that move for a moment. But I decided, nah. I didn't think much further than that. I just kind of thought, nah, on f5. Because you kind of trade white's isolated pawn, then you've got less pawn. Then you're the one with more pawn islands. Plus, you're a little on the back foot with knight e8 to start fighting. And I think, let's say I played rook d1. This would be like the most innocent move for Faustino, right? If you just were playing a blitz game, you just take your rook off of A1, plunk it in the center. That'd be the most obvious move. And if F5 and like bishop F3, you don't want to get into this as black really. Of course, you don't have to take on E4 as well yourself. You could play something like rook C8 defending this pawn. Takes, bishop here from white, right? And you get into some trades, and white could take with queen or knight. In either case, it feels a little more pleasant for white. Like, why is black starting this kind of fighting? I think. Tactics and Swindle's asking if white shouldn't be way better. The IKP, isolated king pawn, should somehow be much better than the isolated queen pawn. Isolated king pawn is not necessarily better than the isolated queen pawn, Tactics and Swindles. That would be my short answer. Is that in general, the isolated king pawn versus the isolated queen pawn is just an isolated pawn either way that provides you the same amount of space if it's on the fourth rank, D4 or E4, right? If it's a further rank up, then often it's more of an advantage, but that's the same for an IQP, right? So an IKP or an IQP on the fourth rank in the middle of the board, it's going to provide a small amount of space. Yes, there are some attacking chances in the IQP, but usually it's equal despite the attacking chances, right? The attacking chances are sort of evened out or balanced out by the weakness of the blockade square and some weakness in endgames, certain endgames being unfavorable. But here, the reason why it's better is that black's pawn structure is broken a little bit here, which means all these pawns are like a little bit more under pressure, a little bit less good. And so, to my mind, the space advantage from the E pawn is just free for Faustino. He's not worse in the endgame, and he has more space in the middle game. So I think it is better for white, but not way better, plus 0.3 or something would be my guess on this sort of a position. But it is a good opening for him, plus the time advantage, unless we see something really genius behind this knight E8 move. Now, let's say I played rook D1 and black played bishop here, trying to bring the bishop out. And let's say I tried to grab this pawn, and black took my bishop pair. Actually, maybe they don't want to bring my queen to C6. Well, I'm threatening C6 anyway. Say they came here. Do they get a draw just by trading off? Now what does white have? An extra double isolated pawn, and this isolated pawn. Hard to imagine white could really press much in this endgame. Plus, what if black played rook B8? I can't move this pawn, and I did something like this. Now I'd expect the bishop pair to draw as well very easily. My instinct is that we cannot take the pawn on D6 against bishop F6. The idea would be to do something else. Kalen also saying D6 is a weakness. Maybe white should just get the rooks onto the D file, which could definitely start with rook D1. Rook D2 coming up. Yeah. What would make sense as the next move here for white? My worry is always rook B8. Maybe I would play something like this, Kalen. I know you wanted to go to G3. And there might be ways to make queen G3 good as well. It's not a dumb square by any measure. But queen G3, bishop H4. You probably just have to go back to D3 or E3 or something. But here I'm looking for maybe the move bishop C4, and I'm looking to hit at these light squares a little bit while black's knight is on the back foot. I see a little bit of some weaknesses and openings here, whereas the king side looks very solid. I don't see anything I'm going to poke there. You think you might have some exchange sacks. That could be fun if we could get in an exchange sack and hurt black on the dark squares. Here's my first thought, and I was expecting queen b6 from black, and then I was planning knight a4 from white, defending this, and queen takes, bishop takes with this kind of an idea, and rook b8, and then maybe expanding with these pawns. Either b4 or b3, c4. Maybe even c4 right away. Bishop takes b2, rook b1. I don't know. This is like I'm forcing myself to calculate. But if this wins a piece with that rook hanging, then maybe we could go c4 right away and start making black worry about c5. And so you go bishop e5. Gosh, they probably would. Oh, knight c7 is going to be a problem as well. Hang on. Knight c7. Yeah, I can't play c4 here. So something like b4 and keep playing this position here. This position here, there's definitely some pressure on these two pawns. I don't know how much other people are feeling it. But against this move, I trade and bring my knight here. Looks very pleasant for white. Yeah, okay, this looks like the right move. b4. I would think white's, better in this endgame. The odds are pretty strong that white's better in this endgame. This knight's a drag, right? We shouldn't be in too much of a hurry to take this pawn just because this knight is such a drag. Leave it there, right? And keep improving white's position. Honestly, we could play knight c5 next move if black did, like really just sat around. You could play knight c5 as your next move. Potentially. c5 for black, tactics and swindles. Well, I think I may have just inadvertently answered that question, right? With this. But that was a cool idea. You wanted me to sort of end up with my knight trapped like this on the side of the board, right? Definitely a cool idea. Okay, we've got a move from Faustino. He played rook a d1. Took him 14 and a half minutes to play one of the most obvious moves. But there you go. There's a lot of pressure on these games, folks. A lot of pressure. In general, everybody playing slowly today compared to what I would think would be a normal pace for these kind of games. Let's not overlook this move from Shishu Wang. This is a key move for this kind of position. Interesting to see it played before any of those pieces get adjusted, right? Normally you'd also want moves like queen e2 and rook to d1 or e1 as improving moves. But he goes straight for the kingside space. This is kind of the big theme, to eventually go here or to plop a piece on g5 at some point, where when black takes, you can recapture, cramping the kingside. Now we get queen e2. Bishop b2. And all the rooks to their best squares. Okay. Once this pawn was on h6, I would have wanted to sack on h6, folks. And I don't mean like, some kind of cheap coffee house blitz, blah, blah, blah. Like, I literally think that once the pawn's here, one of your best plans as white is bishop e3, queen d2. Maybe black just has bishop f8 and it just doesn't, you can't force it through. But you have enough space and they have enough pieces on the queen side that if you can play bishop e3, queen d2, bishop h6, it's probably just good for white right here. Another major plan for white is g4, g5. Again, a plan that would be happy to have the bishop here so black doesn't have queen f4, which can really ruin / diffuse that plan. So I'm a little surprised to see the bishop go over here to b2. I don't love it, but maybe he figured he really wanted his rooks like this, and he can always drop it back. Good morning, Michigan. Can I check the Grandelius game? Maybe, but I've already got about 10 games open, so not I have 10 games open, so not easily. Hey, checks. Dedication to the channel. I don't know if it's dedication to the channel, maybe a little bit, but, you know, I see it more as dedication to chess. You know, excited about this thing, sharing the excitement. So knight on f8, that does allow, theoretically, this build-up of bishop and queen, but it's a long way off here. It's a long way off. Knight e5 is one thing that black invites by retreating their knight, right? Because you can't come back out to g6. And knight e5, white's preparing to play moves like queen f3 and queen h5 and try and force a little weakness. Plus, the knight can be backed up by f4 if so desired, with a lot of space. So knight e5, I guess knight d7 is a big question there. And then if f4, maybe black could go takes, and grab this pawn and come back here. And that looks like a fine little pawn grab for black. So knight e5, knight d7, does white have anything there? I don't necessarily see anything. So, yeah. Maybe no big deal yet. Knight e5, bishop h4. Oh, and then your queen covers here. So against queen here, you can still hang out here for now, or even go bishop f6 maybe. Knight g4, bishop e7. This, I would believe for white, Kaylin, that we just go and take on h6. Bishop g5, maybe. g3. It's possible. Could go either, yeah. It might be sound, might not be quite sound, but knight d7 definitely defended against knight e5. So h5 gets played as suggested by checks. It takes away this square, but that's not the main point. The pawn's now not hanging. It's just a little more space, cramping the king side. Maybe idea would be to play knight e5, knight d7, knight g4. Right now that the pawn's not hanging, that could potentially work out, and then eventually you threaten bishop back to c1 or queen e3, and you go for a sack here. It's a pleasant position for Shishu Wang, who drew the first game with black against Leon Mendonca. So Mendonca not in an easy spot here. Could black countenance queen f4 with the idea of, against bishop c1, queen g4, and finding space to live on the king side. Black so far does not have much counterplay, and if you consider CD, and the c file, which is the normal avenue for counterplay, these squares are all covered, and I don't see any inroad for black. So Mendonca, no obvious counterplay yet. Kaylin saying maybe knight h7, knight g5. Possible, but white kind of dodges around it with this, and then, yeah, you got your knight here, right? Looks like white's still kind of playing for free on the king side to me. There definitely is the idea of lifting a rook checks. That's major idea here for white to bring the whole attack to the king side. So again, playing a little bit slowly here is Shishu. Mendonca's okay on the clock. So the clock is showing reasonable confidence from Mendonca, but where's the counterplay? What does black want to do? If you let black move like 5 times, what is he doing? Hard to say, right? I should have done this, 2 hours ago, but I should tweet that we've got good coverage here. All right, so I'm just tweeting, folks. You're watching me partake in social media here. Done. All right, all done. Back to the position. All right, why not push e6? There's a pawn on e6 already. Bishop f6, asking white to play e5, just so that things change, right? Black opens up that diagonal. White wants the pawns next to each other. That's kind of ideal. White's happy to just keep them like this. I guess black's also prepared for knight e5 this way, right? Against knight e5, maybe just planning to trade. And then maybe win the pawn. Yeah, okay, that's not exactly trading. Okay, so bishop f6 prevents knight e5. And knight h2, knight g4. Maybe knight h2, black can also take, bishop takes. Okay. So does white have options other than pushing? Other than accepting the offer and pushing? Not obvious what other options white might have here. Is g4 too reckless? You could try it checks. I mean, the first question anytime you want to play g4 is this, right? That's the first question. If you've got an answer to that, then you can start thinking about g4 more seriously. The moment I'm not loving this for white. Feels like we're playing knight h2 to defend the g pawn, and then black wins a pawn on d4. And white's going to be scrambling to justify to get anything really exciting going. We've got another suggestion from over on YouTube from Milton saying maybe queen e3 first, covering queen f4, starting to look here, and preparing knight h2 to g4 because the queen defends d4. And that looks like a great move to me, Milton. I like that suggestion. Cliff suggested bishop b1, and here I was wondering if maybe black could then play here. But I suppose queen e3 is a pretty good answer there as well. You know, I was thinking if white just came back like this, that black could get in here, and it, you know, the queen just gets in touch with these guys and becomes a little less easy to play for white. Although maybe they're interesting things to do. Maybe rook b1 is not so bad. But I do like this queen e3 suggestion. That feels pretty good to me. I like how many things it does. I like that it works with a concrete target and a concrete plan. I like that it supports d4, which is part of the point of bishop f6 was to pressure that spot. I feel like queen e3 could be the real deal here. See what Shishu comes up with. Let's pop back to Zemlyansky. Queen a4, knight b8, e4, knight f d7. Knight to where? Here comes that dark squared bishop strategy from black. Now in this position, you go bishop d4. You can also go queen here to here. Oh, that's the point of this queen over here, folks. The kiddo's quote-unquote preventing that with this move. A combination from afar. And yeah, I mean, you can't even go for checkmate here and sack things because of this. Okay, so the queen's doing some really weird thing over here, freezing these pieces a little bit, preparing rook f7 at some point. Bishop comes back to c8, so now you get ready to take here. At some point, black could sack the a-pawn, right? At some point, black could play a move like queen h4, and if you take on a7, they don't care, but they have to be ready for rook f7 at least. Knight d2, heading towards the king side, bishop d4. Rook here. There is a question in this position if white would be better giving back the exchange, right? Must be considered. Idea e5. Although I guess black could just take for now. Maybe a6 to free these pieces. Rook here, knight d7. White might be a touch better even if they just play knight f3. I have to think white would be a tiny bit better even here. Black definitely saw it coming, checks. These guys are GMs. Look, if I saw it in 3 seconds, then, you know, these GMs who are much better than me and are spending an hour thinking about their game while I'm looking at 10 different games, you can be sure that they saw it. You can be sure. That's even why he put the queen on a4. It's a big piece of why the queen's on a4, and it's the reason black didn't go for queen h4, queen g3 before. So anyway, I'd say white's a little bit better if they play knight f3, but Ivan just plays rook e2 first, planning knight f3 next move, and there's a shot from Ponsulaya. Oh. If pawn takes bishop, queen h4 mate. It's not a complicated tactic, but was Ivan ready for this? I think Ponsulaya is preparing to go full dark squares with this, folks. The point is, against this move, to trade off the bishop pair. And then put the knight on e5 and just have a full dark square blockade. You take white's light squared bishop out of the game, so even though white's up in exchange, they can never break the dark square. So now it's just a question of the a-pawn, right? The only problem is this. That's the only detail missing in black's plan. And so my thought would be to go here to make it happen. And that means white's got one move to do something before this starts to happen. I've already calculated bishop g6, which doesn't work. Yeah, I don't quite believe in white here. Oh, man. Bishop g4, knight f3. Take it, queen here. Is there any way to mess with black then? Or is it just locked in? full equality. Well, yeah, but I just analyzed e5 and it didn't work, Oscar. You know, that's what I started by analyzing. But black gets this pair of pawns and pushes e4 and starts winning. Hoo la la, hoo la la. Man, white might have just walked into this bishop g4. Okay, and if we just drop back, queen here threatening this. Knight f3 takes. Rook takes. Oops. Right? And pawn takes. Oops. So queen h4. Now it's too late to do anything. Black's threatening bishop h3. And white's lost. Oh my god. That looked like rook e1, queen h4. White's lost. So you gotta play knight f3 now. Black takes, queen b7. I think it's equality. I think white's lost the advantage. Let me go change my eval bar. What a shot from Ponsolaya. 0. Who did I pick in this matchup? I picked Zemlyansky. Yeah. I picked Zemlyansky to advance in this match, but it's not looking cozy for him at the moment. Ponsolaya showing all the strongest things about Ponsolaya that I mentioned at the start of today's broadcast. You know, the creativity, dynamism, yeah, that's it. I don't think there's anything else. I mean, you can go very deep. It's a classical game, but my belief or my instinct or my intuition about what's going on is that there's nothing here for white. They have just fully lost control of the dark squares now. Dunzo. Which means last move, white should have played knight f3 with just a tiny, tiny edge here. Tiny. It's not a lot. Much of it's gone. But this was the best option I saw for white. You know, something like a6, freeing the knight to come here. Rook e2, trying to play e5. If f6 in general, you can play e5 anyway and trade a pawn for g6, and the king's a little airy, and all the white pieces are playing. So normally black would want to get a blockade. And then with this, there's just a little pressure on black, right, to untangle these pieces. You know, white's a little bit better. I think it's fair to say, even with this bad bishop, just because of all the issues going on. With this nice aggressive queen placement. I think that would have been the best he had. I think from Space is wondering in this rook e1, queen h4 line, maybe this is not a threat because of knight f3. I think it probably is a threat. Plus, if white can't play knight f3, I mean, what are they playing in the meantime? Black's ready to go knight d7, knight e5. They can bring more force here. But okay, let's say I play queen c2, slowly heading back this way. We can double check whether this is a variation or not, right? Yeah, maybe I was too quick. Maybe you're right, thing from space. Bishop g2, king g2, queen g4, king h1. And then the knight can come back to h2. Queen g3 or h5, pawn takes, queen check, knight h2. Okay. Okay, so just queen c2 here. Just queen c2. Let's move pieces for black. Knight here. And can I even play a move like this? Right? A light squared bishop trade would be a dream. The problem with knight f3 pawn confusion was that black can take it. And white's pieces are overloaded. Every recapture gets mated. Unfortunate, right? But okay, queen c2, knight d7, bishop e2. Getting really excited about our potential. Knight e5, bishop takes, knight takes, knight 3, queen g3 takes. Huh. This is still equality for black, this knight f2 check here. So knight e5, how do I press forward here? I still can't move for white. I mean, you have a good point here, thing from space, about maybe black's not threatening bishop h3. I don't see how to play this position for white. My instinct is somehow, you know, the advantage has slipped away. Zemlyansky plays rook e1, so he's allowing this more complicated position with queen h4, and the game still goes on, and there's not an immediate trade, but I really don't see how to play that position for white. So I'm going to go with equal. I just don't see it. Let's click around a little bit more. Salinas versus Daneshvar. Queen a3 was played. Put him on diagonal. c5. Obvious response. Wow, that's why white thought for 23 minutes and didn't retreat the bishop. Because of this idea, queen a3. Who I'd rather be? Either. No preference, Patrick. And now bishop e2. Well, that didn't help white very much. Daneshvar's pretty solid here. That move does give me some pause. Idani Poya. Here to prevent bishop g5. Preparing bishop g5 again. Taking some dark squares. Boom. Hello. Beautiful. Beautiful. pleasant advantage for Idani Puya, who also won the first game with black. Now with a very pleasant advantage for white here, grabbing the bishop pair with this tactic. Pawn takes. You can take either way with white. I don't even know which way he's planning to take. But you get this position with the nice bishop pair. Slightly weak D pawn, slightly weak A pawn. Yeah, everything good about white's position. You can do something similar with pawn takes. The bishop still can't get away as well, I don't think. And you can play this version here with the bishop open this way. So just a very pleasant advantage for white after knight d5 there. Bobby Chang and Jagadish. Knight g4, looking at bishop f3, queen h2, h3, bishop f3, bishop f3, queen comes in. Holy moly. Wow. All right, they're fighting. They're fighting a bit here. Is that right, Blowhot? Who's Injic paired with? Elon Schneider? Looks like Kurt Gazarian didn't show up. I see no moves in his match with Nikita Petrov. Anish Giri with a bye. Supi. Joe Bava won the first round. I think I picked Gosh to win this match, which is a very close match. The closest matches seem to be down here. I picked Surya to win this one. I picked Lorenzo Lodici to win that one. I picked Gergely to win this match. He's up 1-0 from the first round. I picked Denis Makhniov to win this match against Diego Flores. This was one of the hardest ones to call. I went with Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan! I think I picked Kovalev in this match. Doing well on the predictions so far. There's Bogner playing here. Oh, Subelya against Kuibokara. Very, very close match as well. I think I picked Subeli. This position looks so at the moment. Shanky with a bye. Krikor against Petrov. I don't see the Injic match, but there's so many matches here. And then a lot of buys down here. He's playing Elon Schneider. He won the first game, Injic did. So I guessed correctly that the opponent was Elon Schneider. Good opening for Injic. Very comfortable. I don't know that this looked unnecessary, this G6 move. And now he goes just psycho. Looking for mate. The kid has to respond aggressively. And this is the live position. That's an exciting position, I'll give you that. I don't know if it's if he's losing or anything, but it is an exciting position. Uh-oh. My computer got upset for a little while there. All right, let's get back into our games. Wow, I did not know that. Blowhot says Injic, Alexander Injic, is the tallest grandmaster in the world. Interesting. I guess somebody had to be. How tall is he, Blowhot? So in the game, Puya chose to take with the e-pawn here. I didn't know which way he was going to take. Wow. Ponsulaya thinking. This game's intense. Jagadish retreats the knight from g4. It had to go. Queen h1, king e2 doesn't yet help black. So you just want to stay here and keep the option. So this king is a risk. Exciting position. To me, it's a little hard to handle as white. I'm not really sure how to play with my king on f1 for the rest of the game here. I mean, I guess a5 is kind of... We kind of have to just keep playing, but maybe queen e3 to get off the rook. And then play for a5 anyway? I don't know. I don't see any way for black to control e2 and start threatening checkmates here. Well, actually, I guess if we left our queen here, there could be knight d5, knight f4. Another reason to play queen e3. Hey, JFGM. Indeed, Blowhot. Very promising. And I may have picked him to get the upset here against Bobby in this match. I picked Hushenbeth. I picked Aryan Tari. I picked Deeptayan Ghosh. I picked Jagadish, yeah, to get the upset in this match. Queen e3. Called a move. Called a move. I didn't predict tons of upsets, you know. Mostly my bracket resembles ELO ratings. I have Raunak Sadwani winning the first couple matches, so bad for me if he gets upset at the very beginning. I have Faustino Oro getting a first round upset. Next round, I've got matchups between Vidit and Oro and Shanklin and Ivanchuk. I mean, the matchups are going to be amazing, even just within one round, folks. Just by next round already, it's going to be incredible matchups. Let me see. I'm looking for how many rounds did I expect Zemlyansky to go through. I predicted a bunch of rounds for Erdogmas. I predicted Erdogmas to upset Report and Vidit and finally lose to Prague. That's maybe my most daring late round prediction. I think Zemlyansky is maybe in the bracket with near Nepo. Zemlyansky. Oh, he's got Ray Robson next round. Yeah, I did not predict an upset for him against Ray Robson. So this is the only round that I have Zemlyansky winning in my bracket. See what happened with Mendonca. Bishop f6. Not the queen e3. Nice suggestion we had from chat. Actually, we also had a suggestion of bishop b1 from chat. Oh my gosh, Shishu getting in super time trouble here. 20 minutes left. Mendonca basically has exactly how much time you should have at this point. Right around the moment you get to move 20. It's weird because I feel like it's harder to play for black this position. I would expect black to be suffering over their moves and white to play some little easy moves, but white playing very slowly. Let's see how Stamatis and Divya are doing. This is a must-win game for black. We last saw the position around bishop f4, knight c6. Hey, Joao, welcome. Welcome to the World Cup show. Rook e1, knight d7, queen d2, yep. All kinds of simple moves so far for Stamatis. The e-pawn needs to be supported. It is supported. Oof, f6, that hurts. 18 minutes. Ay, ay, ay. Divya was out of ideas here, kind of. a5. Dang. Just some kind of evil positional move. If knight a5, b4, winning a piece, but just cramping this side a little bit more. And what is white preparing? I mean, normally knight d4 would be sort of like a simple looking move here positionally. I mean, at some point you have to go forward, or you could just sit on the position since you're in a 2-game match with a lead. Knight d4. What else does white want to do? I'm not really clear. I mean, plop a knight on d5, but the e-pawn's hanging. With this bishop f7 move, right? So, bishop f7. 10 minutes on a5. Time pressure for Divya. Move 16. This pawn's kind of hampering white. Knight on f3 is not very good. Yeah, I guess I would just play my knight d4 move. I don't see what else to do with this knight and this e-pawn that's requiring so much tending. Knight d4 could free up the move f3 and then eventually the move knight d5. You know, using a little bit more of the space advantage. So I don't really see anything else to do. Stamatis still with a comfortable position, but they're both potentially heading for some major time trouble with all the pieces still on the board. So it could get a little bit wacky at some point. Let's see how this is going. Bishop e3. Okay, so Cristobal got castled. Urtsike takes. Gets attacked. Goes back. Captures the pawn. Knight in. Tradovic. Bishop d4. No. Oh, the pawn on b5 is going, huh? Queen e2. Doesn't take the pawn. I guess white was just going to play knight d2 if black took the pawn. Maybe just simple develop everything, and the bishop on b5 is hanging, so you can't trade. White will play bishop takes b5 check. And white's just going to try and win back their pawn right there on c4. Bring the rook into the game. Black's development is still a bit too slow. Interesting. So Urtsike trades on e3 and doesn't take the b5 pawn, just goes for development. Now the trade, 2 knights versus 2 bishops. The knight's looking good. Threatens f5. Black defends it. Threatens d5. Bishop assumes the position, defending it all. And black gets castled with, you know, a playable position. Still a playable position for black so far. And a playable position for white. And The tension I feel coming off of this game is intense. It's intense. I'm really feeling it from Crystal Ball's side. 30 minutes, a little bit of time pressure, but he did speed up quite a lot and got a lot of interesting good moves out onto the board. So he's into this game. Now the question is, what can black do? The queen and bishop are pretty tied down defending the pawn structure here. So it's these pieces that look like they have the potential to improve, right? So is there bishop a3 to b2 as a plan? Or is there some value in putting this rook on d8 or e8? Somehow helping out. Bishop a3. I mean, I guess this is the first idea because it's just saying, yeah, get that piece out. Go win that pawn. Start looking at the e5 pawn from behind. This pawn is supposed to be weak, but black's not able to attack it with anybody at this point. Very good, Lorenzo. Very good. I think Kostya said something like 100 dojoers participated in the bracket. No, 64. Like the squares. A very good chess number. 64. In our bracket contest. Curious to find out who will win. Like in the Jagadish game, Injich's queen can get into h2. But what then? I don't know. Other than black's king on d7, white's position's not particularly good. Heavy time trouble too. They're only at move 17 on this board. 20 minutes for white. Injich playing very aggressively for somebody who won the first game. I mean, this right here, he's got such a comfortable position. If he just plays, bishop c5, a5, castles, super comfortable. Pawn on c6 to block this. And he goes for like a fancier use of his bishop. Then this happens, and now, okay, now he can wonder what he's doing. But he just lashes out. Hey, Joao. The last dojo talk was a bit weird. Debate and expertise. What's the most recent dojo talk? They don't always get published in the order that we record them. Videos. The Grass Arena, Daniel Naroditsky. If you mean the Daniel Naroditsky podcast, the first of the two was not like our normal dojo talks. The second one was. Oh, creatine. I haven't heard that episode either, Joao, so I don't know. You weren't able to finish the episode and you found it different than our normal ones. Okay. Thanks for telling me. I don't even know what's in that episode. I would expect this to be a pretty weird game with the king positions. Queen c7. Okay, looking at the pawn and leaving this one hanging. So first question is knight f5. Takes, takes, takes. Now this knight can't get back into the center. This looks okay for black. But we could carry on with this move. Given that black's ahead of point in the match, this variation will be very, very safe for black. Very safe. So Enriquez plays rook e1. Not taking here. Maybe g6, just to defend that pawn. Gets a back rank mate for the king. Rook can come out. Very safe position for Sykes so far. Well, not safe, but, you know, interesting. White wants to do this at some point, but it's not such a big deal. They can't sack the pawn, right? You know, h5, queen c3. h5 is not doing enough. Just defends it. You know, we'll do this if we get time. Ay, ay, ay. 1 second, folks. Yeah. Okay, rook e3. So keeping this defended. Wanting to do this slowly. The knight on b3 is not very good. This bishop's not very good, but white kind of has one square for two knights. Could this knight have gone a different direction from d2? I don't know. I guess like a big question for me is still this bishop maneuver, which hasn't come up yet. Just goes to f8. Oh, so he's maybe going to come here and ask you about defending this. And queen f4 looks sufficient. Queen f4. Yeah, black can never play f6 because the bishop's just too loose. White could, in some cases, trade the bad bishop. I'm not saying they're going to here, but they could at some point make the trade and then bring the knight that's on b3, that's kind of the bad knight, to a good square, pressure this, which the dark square bishop can't defend, right? And try to force black into defense on these light squares, even with the good bishop, quote unquote, being the bishop that remains. It is an option for white. They can play knight e6 anytime they want to, and it's playable. But I mean, they'd like to play moves like h5 and stuff first. Is there anything with bishop h6? Does the rook run out of runway? I don't think so. Doesn't feel like a problem for white. Oh, this pawn. That could be the problem, right? Okay, that counts as a problem. All right, so bishop f8 is directly threatening bishop h6. The most obvious remedy to that would be queen f4, pre-defending this pawn and preventing bishop h6. And does black have anything in mind there? Nothing in particular that I see. Looks fine for white. Okay, so I'd expect queen f4 here. For some reason, I don't really want to drop my queen back and play f4. I prefer not to play f4 if I could avoid it. Although I don't have a bishop, why am I reluctant to play f4? Maybe my king's too loose if black switches to the a file with rook a8. Queen c4, rook a2, rook a1. I don't know. My instinct is, yeah, to not put the pawn on f4 at any point here. Check on Ivan if I can, real quick. Ooh, bishop trade for Kevin Corey against Idani Poya. So white's what? Emphasizing this majority and maybe plop the rook in here. Knight f6 is the obvious move. So we had took with the pawn, not the rook, isolating the pawn. Weird. Queen moves away, trade. Bishop here, inviting knight f6. He's just playing very, very simply. Very, very simply. Saying like, yeah, knight f6. I plop this. Now this queen, you see, it's like losing any scope. If you ever take here, fine, I don't care. I just play simply with these pawns. Yeah, very simple play for white. Okay. Queen h4 after 15 minutes. Yikes. And then no response from Ivan. I mean, worst case scenario, Ivan's calculating queen takes a7 for an hour here. You know, just say, yeah, bishop f3, knight f3. You know, I just calculated it. Who cares? Maybe bishop e2 here is an important move. I'd played queen c2 previously. No, this is an important position. I understand, you know, Zemlyansky working on this one here, calculating away. Bishop e2 first, perhaps. Let's give it a quick once over. So first of all, if black takes, they're probably going to be busted to knight f3. Ditto if they retreat anywhere other than d7. And honestly, even d7. I mean, after queen c2, it's just knight f3 is coming too fast. Takes. Knight f3. Takes. Bishop e2. The reason this move is so important is white could trade before the knight can recapture. Compared to what I looked at before, you know, which was not very good, which was something like queen c2, knight d7, bishop e2, knight e5. And then I found that, you know, once the knight gets here, I can't stop knight f2. And black has equality. So bishop e2 immediately. Maybe h5 is an option for black. And maybe bishop f2. That was the other move I was wondering about earlier. Bishop f2. Takes. This is just going to be a very short calculation. We're just going to double check. And now the bishop can't be trapped. Okay, so no bishop f2. Maybe h5. Huh. It's just not easy to play for white. Without the knight getting to f3. No, h5 is a pretty tough move to crack. That's a reasonable response for black. I don't know how to play this for white. Ivan with the weird queen on a4. It's so hard to claw our way back to any dark square control. You know, I can't play king h2, g3 stuff because there's just bishop check. Can't bring my queen over that way. I didn't see this move for a long time, but now that I see it, this move does something. And Things from Space finds it 1 second after me. It's like our minds were following the same train of thought. So now, again, if the bishop retreats, our idea is to immediately play knight f3 here, trade this off. If the bishop trades, we'll get knight f3 again. And the knight's not fast enough to recapture because we take, and get our queen here. I mean, potentially horrible news for white is that even like this, up in exchange and winning another pawn, black might be able to hold this endgame. But we don't have the stupid light squared bishop that's a minus piece. I mean, this is about as good a thing as we could dream of for white. So queen d1. I suppose I have to double check bishop f2 again, right? If bishop takes, I'll recapture this way, and if queen takes, I'll win that piece now. Ooh. Okay, I think we handled bishop f2. We handled bishop e2, bishop retreats. Oh, that's a move. Okay, so live positions here. Bishop e2 looks like it has some potential. I don't have like an exact answer for black. What did I calculate on bishop h3? It looks sort of like mate. It must have been knight f3, my intention. Let's double check this. Let's see I didn't miss anything. So there's bishop g2, king g2, queen g4, king h1. We've got a move from Zemlyansky, and it's e5 after 25 minutes. Holy moly, what a heck of a move. Which I didn't see coming, and this bishop e2 was looking good. Here we have to queen g3, bishop g2. What else is there? Queen e4? That doesn't matter. Huh. Well, I was starting to believe that bishop e2 might be slightly good for white. What is this? He's preparing rook e4, I suppose? Let's have a quick look at the most basic possible line. Obviously, 25 minutes. He's calculated 100 moves into this all, but let's say we go here. here. This is the most direct line. And now the queen wants to get in here, but she can't. And this comes back here. The knight's trapped-ish. That's a piece sack. You can't get out because of queen d8. So black's playing at best for a draw there, and white also has queen h3. What the heck? This looks like suicide, right? I was thinking like this is the most direct line, so let's put it on the board, but I thought it was just going to be a failure, you know, black's coming in and white's king, we're allowing GH and everything. But the knight's actually trapped. It has no way out. The only way to defend it is queen d8, which is pretty abject, I gotta say. You know, material is about equal, but let's say bishop g6, threatening mate. You know, knight d7, knight e4. That's one option for white, bringing pieces this way. But the other thing is, I think white has this move. And I think that's the best move, just making sure the queen doesn't get locked out by knight d7, or at least it's a very safe move. Because here, you know, queen h6, queen h8, bishop g6. I mean, black's just busted. Or at least, you know, too resulty, right? So let's look at queen f2 instead of queen e1, knight f1, which maybe only helps white. Queen e1 takes here, takes. We got to be careful where we go with this king now. If we come up, then there's check and taking here with check. There's also knight e4. So let's never go up. Let's also not go to e8 where there's check here. So let's do like this. Now, white's going to want to steer us to a square where they can take this with check. And it looks like that's successful. I feel like, even though white can't stop this checkmate, I feel like white's going to win. This king looks pretty busted, no? I guess we could try to be slick like this. Here there's queen f5, so we got to stay off of that now. Checolina. King can't take because of knight e4. Knight f3, and it's a mop-up. I don't think there's any way for black to get out of this. Doesn't matter where we run. White's up a piece now. Hey, Far Eastern. The World Cup has been fun so far. Yeah, it's just the start. Gustafsson is great as always. He must be doing commentary somewhere. Good. Good on him. Glad he's still enjoying that. This looks killer. Wow. I did not expect that line to go anywhere for white. DE5, rook e4. It's a big threat. I suppose we could look at h5 as well as f5. But let's look at f5 one more time first. Takes. Okay, there's nothing to calculate. Takes. Nothing to calculate. Official FIDE channel. Oh, nice. And now the moves are like queen e1, queen f2, queen d8, and gh3, right? Have I looked at all of those? Queen e1, gh3, queen d8, queen f2. I've looked at all of them. Any other move for black here? Knight d7, queen d7 won't change anything. Wow. Maybe I didn't really look at queen e1 much. I just played knight f1 and sort of gave up on black. All right. Black could now play queen f2 with the knight on f1. Or black could take on h3, check, 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 queen h3, no. g3, no. It would have to be queen f2 now. Let's have a quick look. We've got a move, by the way, e5. He took with the bishop, not the pawn. So we didn't even get to his candidate move. Now the king can come here because there's no knight e4, so that opens up all kinds of new possibilities. Let's go this way. There's a nice pattern that white king can't run away like this, because if you ever go here, black fills you in with this. All right, knight takes mate. So to ever play king h2, you would need your queen to be covering this square somehow. So we could go check here, check here, check. Now white's having some trouble cleaning this up. Okay. Not 100% clear. So we didn't yet find clarity there. We hadn't looked at h5 yet. We didn't find a full win for white against queen e1, queen f2. We don't even know how much of that was white's intention or not, right? There are other possibilities for white. In this position, for example, there's also knight f3. Could be a move. Who knows what else? So in the game, black's taking with the bishop, not the pawn. Now if white played rook e4, which he didn't, black would play queen g3. Potentially. I mean, maybe then white has this move. Who knows? But already, Ivan played queen c2 relatively quickly. He already had some plan. He spent a long, long time on e5. Right? What was it? 25 minutes. So he's got some plans. So he plays queen c2. What has he done with this e5 pawn sack? Mainly he's let this bishop out. So now he's got threats like bishop takes g6, presumably here. And what's his plan against bishop h3? We should double check. I mean, like, we trust and believe that the kid can calculate a move like bishop takes h3. We're still going to check. We're still going to check. Maybe just keep our structure here. So this is rook against knight and 3 connected past Renos. That's intense. Part of me wanted to go queen h6 here because it threatens rook f7, which is a beauty. But queen here, and then queen d5 check's going to diffuse anything white's doing. Okay, so white needs to play b3 here. And then, say we're threatening queen d6 and queen h6. Let's say black brings the knight towards the game. Now queen h6, knight e5 looks bad for white, somewhere between bad and lost. So let's go here to keep the knight from getting into the game. And now black's got 2 pawns and a knight against a rook, which could still be anybody's game. But the problem is the knight is not getting into the game, is it? Okay. So I guess no bishop h3. So if no bishop h3, what's relevant to this position? And what do we think the evaluation is right now? I'm going to guess slightly in white's favor here. Give me a second. I'll just add a little something to this eval bar. I mean, it's unlikely to be 0.25. It's likely to be, you know, winning or losing or drawing, etc. But just do that for a moment. Okay, just put something on this bar. So queen c2, threatening bishop takes g6, maybe. Should we double check that? Should we just play a developing move for black and see what happens? I think queen g3, did we look at that yet? No, let's just make sure to take a quick look at that. Threatens mate, take. Looks good for white with an extra bishop. We got a move in the game, knight d7. So this is what I was going to check next after checking queen g3, was I was going to check knight d7, bishop g6. Yeah, I guess so, things from space, but we have to check, because maybe when the bishop's on g6, guys, maybe then black can take, right? That's what we're not so sure about. Throw this in here maybe, then this over here. Black's got all kinds of moves. Okay. Looks bad for black, right? White's preparing bishop f5. Black can win back a piece by going to this endgame, which is a pretty nasty endgame, right? I mean, in theory, it's not over. Maybe the game keeps going. But it's, you know, it looks a bit nasty, this endgame. So that's a first look at knight d7, bishop g6. Other moves here. Could look at queen g3 in this position. Mate threat. An idea, rook e5, knight e5, hg, and black can just take here. That position looks like black's better by a little bit. So queen g3. Throw in this. Takes. If that bishop just survives on h7, you know, white could still be up a piece, maybe. I did not see that game yesterday, Dripman, no. Let's think. Queen h4, king g1, knight g4, knight f3, knight g4, knight f3, knight e3. Okay, that's something to consider. Knight here. Okay, rook f7 doesn't work. So we'll continue with normal moves. Okay. It's a little bit slow, but that looks right. Man, it's been so long since I've calculated hard. We've got a move already from Ivan. Boom! Bishop takes g6! Oh! Oh! it's a barn burner, folks. It's a barn burner here. So queen g3, bishop h7, king g7, of course, h8's playable as well. Rook e5, knight e5, hg4. Either way, the king's on the diagonal that stops that knight e3 move. j6, what about f6 before knight e3? Bishop to a square, like d3, knight e3, queen, knight takes, rook takes. Not easy. Black can maybe get rook and pawn against bishop and knight there. Still a game. I'm going to nudge up my evaluation to 0.3, though. It's from 0.25 to 0.3. I mean, it just feels... like in this slaughter of tactics, there's some hope for white to be slightly ahead because they're not getting, bound in some obvious dark square thing. So it's a hell of a mess. Against bishop takes h3, it's knight f3. Against queen g3, it's rook e5. Ay-yi-yi. This is a challenging position. There's kind of almost no instinct left in these calculations. Everything is just a long concrete variation. I mean, you would think that Semolyansky would be very good in such a situation. He might be playing an amazing game for us right here. Other moves, bishop h3, queen g3, fg, queen g6. That one's should be obvious, but I didn't double check it. Fg, queen g6, check. King h8, rook f8, check, knight f8, queen g4, and the rook on e1 is hanging. Fg, queen g6, check, king h8, queen g4 without trading the rook. And that is winning for white. Yeah. There's no taking back on g6 here. Ponsulai is a great player, Far Eastern. A really fantastic chess player. Okay, I don't quite see the next move for Ponsulaya. We're going to start getting into a phase of the round where we don't have time to keep up with 10 boards, right? So let's just have a quick look around. Knight f4, c5. Rook b1 and b4 looks like a logical plan, but white throws some tactical stuff at this queen. I suppose she wants to go into h2 now. There she goes. 3 minutes left for 14-year-old Elon Schneider. He's just another super talented kid here. But what? I mean, 3 minutes is rough. They're barely past move 20 here. Very tough. I don't know where he's going next. That knight on d4 is very good still. Okay, this game of great interest. Queen f4. Stopping bishop h6. We got that right. Queen d8, h5, g5. Queen f3. This pawn needs defense. I don't think this worked out great for black. This g5 move is not so fun for black. Oh, and we get a dramatic move from Enriquez. h6. Trying to isolate that pawn from these two pawns to pick it off. Bishop h6, queen here. King g7 would be the obvious move. What's the follow-up? King g2? It can't be this slow motion, can it? Black would have to have a defense to that. No, maybe not. Goodness, you'd think like f4, bishop g4 could get you out of it, right? Black's move here. Well, I guess it's got to come pretty fast from black because, like, let's say I played rook a8, rook here. It's already too late to go f4, rook h1. So, honestly, if f4 is the defense, it's right this moment. Right now. You do it now or you resigniskiaksk. And the thing about f4 is it opens up the h3 square for the rook. So the calculation goes f4. Takeovich. Takeovich, boom. Queen here. Boom. Queen g6. Okay. Rook h3. The queen's already on this. And there's the queen trade again. Okay, so knight e6 doesn't win for white. That's lucky for black. f4. This one here, folks, potentially the biggest upset of the entire first round that I know of. Or psych. No one can keep their eyes on 100 different games, so I might be missing some results, but that I saw this was the biggest first round upset. Psych here in good shape with this French defense. And of course the idea if the rook retreats is to jam this bishop in here and break up the h-file threats just by running white out of h-file stuff. I guess the queen could hide here. Still with the idea of just winning with rook h1. Hard to believe that you could crowd yourself in here and survive somehow, right? Check. King in here. How do I not have a back rank mate for black? What? What? How am I losing here? That was weird. No time for that, I guess. But we could go f3 before the rook gets across. If knight takes, bishop takes, king takes, rook takes. Trying to win the knight, and if rook e3, g4 check, taking the rook. And now with pieces traded off, black can just defend the h-file. And if f3, If the king retreats, now we can't play rook h1. So the queen's just kind of relegated and weird here. And black wins any which way, I imagine. So we got a suggestion from Jordan that after bishop g4 in this position, white might have e6. Wild, but we are happy to entertain this possibility. Something like this is plausible here. Knight f5, king g6 looks playable. Knight e7 with a draw. I mean, white needs to win this game, but this looks like equality, this variation here. You check like this, check like this, check like this. If the king came this way, then this is with check. You know, followed by maybe like rook e7. I don't know. It's a little bit risky for white to for black to get into this situation here. But if black's willing to take the draw, I think this is playable for black, as long as you just repeat. Or it's like definitely thinking here. After king g2. What a calm little move. Options other than f4. Oh, there could be g4 could be another candidate move for black in some case. Hitting this. Bishop here, and then maybe here, trying to go here. White can do this. Yeah. Looks a little worrisome for black. Even just the simplest possible move here. This is dangly. This is coming. Rook's attacked. No queen g5. Yeah. Okay, so Urtzeig's still thinking here. I don't see fully what's wrong with f4, nor do I see any alternative that looks playable. So it feels like he's got to go f4. Schneider with 2 minutes plays knight f3, trading that good knight on d4. Drops a pawn for it. Mate threatened. I guess the b7 pawn's likely to drop, so it's not death for Ilan yet. Let's check on Divya. What happened? Bishop g3, knight g2. Oh my god, g5, that's ugly. Maybe she should have held still just a little bit longer, but it's hard to be calm and do nothing. White manages the knight on d5. Oh, white's just spinning in weak squares here. Great position for Stamatis. You know, very poor chances for Divya in this must-win game. Mendonca. Critical game. We got e5, knight d2, trades. Every game critical in a 2-game match, generally. I will in a second, Subra, yeah. Knight here, looking good. Queen here, generally looking good, but the knight on f8 is stopping the worst of it. Wow, they're still in a tense battle, these two here. 11 moves to go. This one it's still got a crazy phase coming up. This pawn's dangling here. Maybe it's the moment where Mendonca will take it. Maybe that's the point of queen b5, is not just to harass the bishop, but to literally take this thing off the board, break the cramp around these light squares. The first game is a draw, so of course, if it were a draw, they'd go to tie breaks. If either player wins, they could win. Black doesn't have to just defend just because they're black. If they see a chance to push for an advantage and try to win the match, Mendonca can do that. It generally felt like he was on the defensive in this game, but, you know, if he wins a pawn for nothing, the bishop pair can draw a lot of endgames, but he can also, you know, press and hope. Here's Faustino's game against Ante Brkic. So bishop f6, e5 was the move. So, yeah, remember, I was kind of looking at queen a6 in this position. Faustino goes for something very direct with e5, trading off the isolated pawn. Oh, and black just gets all their pieces out. b4, though, okay. Some hopes against that c6 pawn. Knight a4, you got to stop it. Bishop d5, maybe get rid of back rank mate. Now black's looking for counterplay with like rook e2. Knight c5 tries to get back into the game. There come the black rooks. Faustino wants to stop mating attacks against his king by having the option to trade a rook. Trades a rook. Black's preparing this knight h5, knight g3 body bag. Interesting. I thought black was going to go after c2. Instead, they're going after the king with rook e1 instead of rook e2. If rook d4, black can play g5 and hold that structure. I mean, rook takes e8 makes sense here for Faustino. I mean, I don't know who's better, honestly. I don't see a way to break up that H pawn and make space for Faustino's king. Yeah, I think he played it pretty lamely, 1200, honestly, if I may say something mildly critical here. I think this is a very lame choice in a good position. To trade off this much and just let all the black pieces off the back rank just to play against this isolated C pawn. It's not enough. Like, the odds of winning are pretty low here to me. Like, you're not really pressing black that hard. You're untangling their space disadvantage for them. I thought he was much better. Well, I mean, much more noticeably better. Maybe not like crushing or anything like that. You know, I just thought he was really quite a bit better in the lines I looked at with queen a6. I could really feel the advantage. Here, I don't even know if he's better, you know. I mean, there's a part of me that says nominally he should be 0.2, 0.3 max, maybe 0.2 in some of these positions here with just the knight and bishop and the one isolated pawn. But we very quickly get into a mess where I don't really feel it. Okay, he does go for rook e8. Check, as I thought. I don't know if he's trying to beat his opponent in the tiebreak. He may just not know how to beat his opponent here, right? Like, I don't know. He did play it pretty safe, but I don't know if he was rejecting other options or anything like that. I just... So here, you know, he could do something like this, right? This is kind of what's at stake here. And then how do you deal with this? I guess knight d3. And if black plays this move first, you take maybe a tiempo. You know, sometimes you can defend against counterplay, you know? Sometimes you can. You know, here again, I mean, there's there's a certain amount of counterplay, but also, you know, white didn't get mated and they still have their extra pawn. So I don't know. This is pretty critical. It's scary risky for white to be one move away from checkmate here. Right? In all these lines, like here, we're just holding off. I mean, black can still, you know, they can start trying to maneuver around and I guess even when the rook gets to d1, you could try to make a last-ditch hold with knight f2, rook f1, or knight f1. No, there's no way. There's no way to win like that. Question, do we lose like that? Important question as well. Oro gets the king out of the box. That's much safer. That makes sense. So he wants to get his king here and then eventually still play against this pawn. Black has ample counterplay in my mind. You know, their pawn majority is over here on this side, so they're defensively weak with the minority here, but this majority is able to continually apply pressure to the king and to the g-pawn. Black plays rook e2 in the game. Again, looking at knight h5, knight f4, lots of counterplay. Yeah, I think black's comfortably equal, actually, in this position. In fact, they might be better, because what does Faustino do about rook c2? If you go rook c3, you blunder straight into knight d5, rook c4, knight e3. So he plays c4. Yeah. Advancing the pawn majority, but yeah, the knight on c5 is kind of stuck where it is. Black always has knight h5 to f4, you know, g5, king g7, king g6, building on this side. Yeah, it's very safe for black. Let's jump back to our main game before we miss anything too important there. Semolyansky, bishop takes g6, queen g3 played, rook takes e5 necessary, knight e5, throw in the check. No, other move. Okay, we had looked at bishop check, king moves hg4. Semolyansky instead plays knight e4, queen here, bishop here. So there goes most of any advantage he could have claimed to have. It's equal material, and now we're just playing off of, you know, the placement of the pieces. Black's knight is a bit better because it's anchored. Black's rook is a bit worse. King positions both mildly shredded. White's queen, if it could get somewhere over here, could be great. There's no obvious route. Man, so he didn't go for the tactic that I thought looked good for him. Huh. Should we double check it? Queen g3, rook e5, knight e5. It's knight e4. What do we think here? Check. Here takes. This was the variation here that we had before, up through knight f3. King could also be on h8. And against knight e3, queen c3 was winning. Queen g2, queen g2. Rook e8. d3. This was the position I was thinking of that I didn't show on stream, where I was saying I saw a way for black to have rook and pawn against two pieces, right? Like this. And I didn't really have an evaluation for this one. But as you saw, I put an evaluation of 0.25, 0.3. So I didn't think it was, you know, oh, the two pieces just win. I thought it was... unclear how white should proceed with this position, you know? So Maybe even that's just the reason why Yvonne took it this other direction. This sort of simpler, more technical direction. So, yeah. I guess there are ideas of, clearing the diagonal, trying to play knight f6, queen h7. You could even start with knight f6. Or rook f4 or rook f2. I guess white's still better this way. Hey, SB McManus, thanks for the feedback. When you say the new checkmate tests, are they tests or just one puzzle at a time? Was the new puzzles feature released this weekend as anticipated? Yeah. Rook f6 is the choice. Wow, going straight at the bases, but definitely taking out knight f6, queen h7 from the equation. King g7. Now, the thing is, if you take here, I think black has the idea of takes, check. King is mated, right? So you have to take, and then a clear repetition right here. So, as far as I can tell, this is very, very forcing and direct that white can't take the pawn here. In which case, what is the point of the rook on f6? There's none. There's no point to it. Feels like he just blundered whatever advantage he had. No? If you can't take on d6, what's the rook doing on f6? What's the next move? The queen is stuck on c2. At the moment, the knight g4 stuff doesn't work because the rook can block. That's why the tactic comes up the moment the rook moves off of the f-file. By the way, SB McManus, their plan is to remove the tactics tests and replace them with these puzzles. I'm against it, but I'm the one who lost the vote 2-1 to Jesse and Kostya. I think the puzzles are just, back to being the same kind of normal stuff that you can get on any other website, and that the tests was something better and special. But it's great to have your feedback, either way. So we always appreciate that. Okay, Semeliansky comes up with something. Rook f2, yeah. Which to me just says this move was a blunder and he should have gone to rook f2 beforehand, right? With the king on g8. Yeah. Tragic. I'm going to reduce his advantage a bit. Thank you for your feedback as well, Ed. All right, let's see how Dineshvar's doing. Oh, he's allowing some kind of discovered check from the knight, but overall the position looks quite solid, pretty safe as far as just needing to draw, having won the first game. Idani Poi after bishop e4, queen b6, 26 27 minutes on queen b6. And white's plan was rook c6, but the black queen tries to get active. Wait a minute. Poya could win the match here with rook c6, folks. See that? White could win the match with rook c6. And he says, nope, I'm going to play for the advantage here. So now we see white's trying to win the match. I mean, now we see white's trying to win the game instead of the match. Yeah. He wants 2-0, either to play chess or to collect rating points, or for whatever reason, or because he thinks his advantage is really big. I don't think he's got like an easy winning advantage. He's got, pleasant position, but by no means is it something where, you're up a piece so you don't give your opponent a draw. This is still a full game to play for Idani Poya. So definitely taking a little bit of a risk here in his approach. Very interesting. Very interesting to see that. He's got that time lead. They've got 8 moves to play. It's not easy to handle for white, this position at all, to my eyes. Lots of things that can go wrong. Potential counterplay for black. They've got a good structure on the king side. All their pieces are in the game. I mean, white's advantage is far from dominating. So queen e3 played here. Pawn Sulaya. They've got 6 moves to make in this position. I would be expecting the main plan from white would be knight f6, and then queen f5 if black plays rook h8. So kind of like white's position, but I don't know. Queen gets out of h2. Trying to trap that bishop on b5, which won't even win it. It'll just force a trade, but he's trying to play a6 to force the trade. e5 with the king here. Now against a6, the bishop just has an outpost. Knight e4. Oh my god. Oh my god. f5. Holy moly. Queen f5. Queen f5. Not even obvious what black's going to do, and yeah, white just takes it. Sacks an exchange too, threatening rook f8, but oh no, he sacked so much material now. f3, just kicking him out. Oh no. Yes, a local for you, Far Eastern. But it looks like he just got too aggressive here, and it's just falling apart. Bobby's going to pick up the pieces now. Shoot. That was very, very aggressive. I mean, here you just have a position, and f5. Take the rook. Oh, no. Oh, no. I mean, he used all his time. You can see he's got 3 minutes left to play 10 moves, but he was already very low on time when he played f5. If these timestamps are right, he must have only had about 5 or 6 minutes when playing f5. But I mean, clearly He had a safe move such as knight c5. It was playable. So f5. What? I mean, f3 is a pretty obvious move when you're threatening rook f8 to f2. I don't know about didn't see f3. But holy cannoli. Yeah, Luke is saying there's like this rook f6 move, which could be interesting with a crazy idea of maybe trapping the queen weirdly here. I mean, she does have the h4 square as well. But immediately, Luke, there's potentially this issue of queen check, right? You go rook f8 or king h7, and queen e5. I mean, Black's got, little bits of juice here and there, but it's very unlikely Black has a full tactical saving of this position here, right? So knight g5 is the choice. I mean, potentially you got e4, potentially knight b3, but he's down an exchange and a pawn here. So Sensei eval, yeah, at least plus 1.5, probably plus 2 if you were a computer. But I mean, he's going to be in trouble here. He might need to serve conscription. Oh, wow. You have an everyone must participate military in Singapore? I imagine it's pretty small either way. Doing good, Leviathan. How about you? Okay, this game we didn't watch too closely. Or almost at all. Nice little technical game. Ooh, Black under some pressure now. But struggling to make inroads. Arturs, let me see his current position. Draws the game, so they'll be playing tie breaks. Oro. 3 options. Gotcha. All right, so Black's all in on the attack, so to speak. I mean, it's not that hard to calculate that, there's something here to this knight f4 move. Maybe against knight f4, White's going to play king f1. Rook g2, knight d3, rook g3, knight f4, rook check, king e2, rook f4, c5. White would be a little ahead in that race. Yeah, knight trade does not help Black that well. You always want a simple position. You see a simple position on every other board, and your games are always a big mess. Well, that's hard for me to answer without seeing your games, but I would say, Luke, that you're probably wrong about it, because what you're saying is hard to believe, right? All other boards have a simple position. There must be other people who have a complicated position as well. It can't be that you're playing in tournaments where every single board is simple. So that makes me think that you're exaggerating a narrative in your own mind, that you have some distorted sense of how your games are going, actually. Which then makes me also question whether or not your games are actually always complicated. Okay, knight f4. So king f1, I think Black might want to play rook c2, not rook g2. But even then, king f1, what's wrong with rook c2, right? You threaten knight g2, you threaten rook c4. Not sure exactly what Faustino is playing for here. It still looks very pleasant for Brkic, actually. To be going after White's king, you have to see Brkic's pawns are pretty far advanced. here. He's got a lot of potential to start threatening queening quickly. If Faustino played 9 games with a 2600 performance at this tournament, can he get a GM norm? I would think so, JDB. I don't know for sure. Haven't read up on those kind of rules. But if it's all one tournament and he's playing, GMs from all kinds of countries, I would think, yeah, why not? Why not get a norm? Why not get a norm? Ooh, geez. It's a bit cold here. Quite cold here. King F1. You feel your games are more complicated than average. That's much more believable, Luke. And then I would think, there's many possible options for that. Again, I'd have to see your games to have anything interesting to say about your games, right? But I assume if you're asking me this, you don't play crazy openings, because otherwise you wouldn't be wondering. Like, I assume you're doing something like playing the Exchange Slav and getting a crazy game and asking me why you're getting a crazy game. You're not playing like the King's Gambit and then asking me why you never get simple positions. That would be too obvious. So there's an argument for I should be sleeping, folds, and there's an argument for I should be watching the World Cup. If I knew which was right, I don't know. So rook c2, yeah, so one little thing I calculated was that rook f7 trying to break up black's kingside fails to everything. I mean, king g6 defends the pawn, knight g2 you can't take because of knight e3. So this is the position I didn't know what Faustino wanted here. It does not look very good for him. And for Brkic, this is going to be like super basic, this position. Like, it's very easy for him to find all these moves here. That's a good question, Far Eastern. Luke, do you feel like it's you or your opponent who complicates the game? Like, you're playing along trying to be simple and then your opponent surprises you with complications? Or you're playing along and then you see something interesting and you go for it, and before you know, you've made things crazy for yourself? That's a very important question. Is it you or your opponent who's doing that? Faustino comes up with something. Rook to the middle of the board. Yeah, he's put himself in a spot of trouble here. I guess now his plan is knight g2, rook here. And that, I don't see a way out of the rook trade. I guess you would want to go here. And basically, black does not have an easy time against the a-pawn here. So that would be reasonable for him. So I'd expect Brkic to not go for knight g2 immediately. Maybe even just rook c4 first is simpler. Yep, rook c4. Comfortable position for black. Very, very comfortable. You've got ideas like rook c1, rook c2 at some point, going after this. You've got the idea of continuing to advance with king here, g6 or g5, coming up the board with this mass. As well as just rook back to c2. Very pleasant for black. Oh, Faustino scrambling, looking for a trade against rook e4. There's knight g5. He's threatening g7, so he's just trying to save the game here with tactical means, just clear calculation. And if the knight's trade is the rook ending a draw, yes. I think so. So that could potentially save him. Black also has the option to give checks here with the rook, right? But then white will at least take the g7 pawn off, yeah. Yeah, this move looks like enough for a draw, actually. Well, good job to Faustino for keeping it together. He definitely felt a little out of control in this endgame. All right, so yes, Mendonca took the pawn. Oh, wait, no, he waited. He played queen here, here, a5, stopping this, which would have dropped the e6 pawn, I guess. d5, explosive. Pushes, wow. Came around and grabbed it, but white continued with this plan. And now he sacks in exchange, which white hesitates to take. Oh my god. Wild. Wild position. They're almost at move 40. 3 moves to make. Holy cannoli. Bishop pair looking amazing on this wide board. You know, you have to keep your eyes on bishop c2 as black. There's pressure on all 3 of these hanging pieces. Whew. Bishop f8, the choice. So now at least the bishop's not hanging to the rook if we have to go knight f6 or knight f8 at some point to cover this checkmate. Bishop steps out of the way of that. Bishop c1, the queen can escape to d4. Bishop c2, knight f6. You kind of expect white to take the exchange at some point. It's a little bit after 5 a.m. in California. Zemlyansky won the game. After queen e3, played knight g3, threatening knight f5. Queen retreats, centralizes. Kicks her again. And eyeing this, it's defended at the moment. Eyeing this, rook moves. It's between rook d7 and rook e8. Queen comes in. So now we got to keep our eyes well on this. Yeah, once the queen comes in, we find lots of weaknesses for black. Rook f2 with the resignation. We're clearing the square for the knight. So if queen moves, you don't play knight f5. You play check here and mate, simply enough. Rook f2. Oof. And Ponsolaya doesn't even play the 40th move. He just resigns here with a minute on the clock. That's a nice kill from Semolyansky. He did pretty well. I mean, I do think he blundered this rook f6 move for one move and just had to come back. But overall, he still displayed a really, really great positional judgment, right? When he made this choice not to try to hang on to the material with bishop h7 and taking this bishop, right here, knight e4. He just says, yeah, we just play this position with equal material, but this king's going to be more of a problem. This rook is going to be passive. If I can get the queen to the other side, then I can always create horrible threats with the current set of pieces. And you see the black rook stays passive. The white queen eventually, bit by bit, gets into the game, right? And once she does, it's just dead in one move. So excellent judgment from Zemlyansky. Turn off his eval bar and click around on some of these other boards. They're all going to be in time scrambles right now. Divya against Stamatis. Equal material. Black king exposed. White with a little more space. C-file. Yeah, white's just so much better. So much better here. Very tough spot for her. Clicking around Injich. Had to stop the mate on f2. Trades off a piece. Avoiding rook d3. White is temporarily down a pawn, but with this rook, it's full compensation. So Schneider's at least in the game here. He does need to win, though. Injich sacks a pawn to activate the rooks, trying to reduce White's pawn count. To me, rook 1 b3 is kind of like the simplest move. Now material's equal, so if white manages to win a pawn on a7 or c6 using this rook, they'll be like well on their way. I mean, I guess we have to think that white's at least slightly better in this endgame. Oh, he's going to play rook g3 instead of rook b3. And black's going to go rook h4, I think, because the single rook ending looks busted and white's threatening rook a7. So I think he's going to have to go like rook h4 with the idea of rook a7, rook f4. No, I guess it wrong. Injich goes to h1 with the idea of rook a7, rook b1, I suppose. Something like that. I don't love this rook on g3, I gotta say. I still preferred it on b3, but there may have been counterplay ideas for black I wasn't noticing at this speed, of course. Overall feeling about this endgame, black's got some chances at counterplay and white's got some chances at winning. I might even be wrong about which rook goes to the b file. Maybe rook a7, rook b8 is a little bit better than rook b1. What's this thing say? You cannot call in to join your own stream. Okay, I won't. Whatever that means. Rook g5 played. So, okay, this is possible. But what's the meaning of this? He wants to go here. He wants to keep the file a little bit longer. A file allows you to win pawns sometimes, right? When you control a file and you get in. But then you have to remember, anytime you then cash in the file for a pawn, you give the file to your opponent. So you have to be prepared. You use it for play, you get your threats, but you have to be prepared to handle the counterplay when you actually make good on one of your threats. It always bounces back. So it goes rook g5, keeping the file covered and threatening this. And the most obvious move is rook h3, when what would be his plan or point? Feels like he would just repeat, right? It is move 39. He had 7 seconds left on that move. He'll be happy to make a 40th move. You know, rook h3, rook g3 repeating, I guess. Perhaps. I hear the clicking of lots of other moves getting played. Cristobal Henriquez. Oh, yeah, what happened with his game? G4 was the choice, not F4. Rook E1, the queen's got ahead to G5. We looked at this position, and I did not think it was good enough. No queen G4 check here. Just the knight coming. Oh! Oh, my God. This is a must-win situation for Henriquez, and he is chasing that king. That king looks dead on E7. Heavy piece endings, often you don't even count the pawns on the board. You just look if anyone can checkmate. And feels like white can checkmate to me. Rook H8 would be the next move with a double threat of queen D8 and rook E8. So, oof. And of course, you know, rook C8, yeah, I mean, we could be convinced to play queen B7 check, even though the main idea was to go for checkmate. Queen C8, there's queen D6 with instant mate. Queen C8, queen D6, king E8, rook H8. So, I mean, I'm not even really concerned about the pawn on B7. I'll only do it in case of rook C8. The big threat is rook H8. Black have any way to make a counterplay in time? Not really. I guess queen G6. Queen G6 threatens counterplay. Queen G6 check. Can't go back because of mate. Gotta go up. Rook H6. Oof. How's that for diffusing counterplay, folks? Look at this. Wah, wah. That's why this is, you know, the central factor in queen and rook endgames or heavy piece endgames. Just the king positions. There's always stuff like that. Once one player's king is getting peppered with shot, you know. I mean, we need to get around to this, but we can't. Maybe some hope with like D4 or something. Hey, Luke. Actually, my commentary, it's clear to you because it's simplified. And in a game, and it's very inaccurate. It's full of mistakes. In a game, it's less surface and less clear. It's more, you know, detailed, more variations, lots and lots of variations, and less obvious conclusions. Queen F5 doesn't work, Kyoto, because of queen D6. You can't let the queen into D6. That's going to be mate. So the commentary is full of errors, just non-stop errors and blunders and missed moves. It's just giving a very surface feeling of what's going on, some instincts about what's important, what the evaluation might be. But necessarily, you know, master level chess thought is much more detailed and has much less clarity to it because it's not as simple. You know what I mean? It's not, you can't just sit there and tell yourself like a simple, pretty story during a game. You can't compete with good players by doing that, unfortunately, or fortunately or unfortunately, you know. But okay, queen b8 played. Psych, down to less than 30 seconds. Looks like Henriquez is going to probably save himself here. Actually, they're not down to this much time. It just hasn't reset yet. They've got extra time because they hit move 40. But it looks pretty dead, yeah. Looks pretty dead. I don't see any viable candidate moves for black. It looks like we've eliminated queen c8, queen g6, queen f5. I mean, d4, queen d5 check, queen d7. But d4, rook h8 might win. because you just slip here and black's counterplay is still a move away, and we're getting ready for devastation. Roundup of results, blow hot. No real upsets or surprises just yet. Zemlyansky won the first round match against Ponsulaya after a draw yesterday. He won today. Yeah, we got one repetition here. So they made move 40, these two. And now he plays rook h4 this time instead of rook h1. I expected rook h4 the first time around. Odd. Anyway, still playing. Mendonca still playing. Crazy position against Shishu B. Wang. One of the players so unknown they don't have a picture. Suleimanov and Naxons are going to be playing tiebreaks tomorrow. Faustino Oro probably drawing this game with Burkic and also going to tiebreaks tomorrow. Oh, look at that. Burkic found a way to keep knights on the board. Nice and evil of him. Faustino tries to get an eye on this. Rook gets chased away. They're still going, yeah. Good morning, Savage. Roundup of results. Dineshvar moderately safe in this endgame against Pablo Salinas. He won the first game. He just needs to hold a draw here with black. Idani did go 2-0. So the bravery gets rewarded. This game here was one where White avoided a draw despite being up 1-0. Tomorrow will be a rest day for those who win the 2-game matches in 2 games, and it'll be a game of rapid and or blitz for the people whose matches are tied 1-1. So he opens the H file, avoids the queen trade, D5 hanging for the moment, Tradeovich, attack, whoa. Queen H3, nice move, leaving the bishop hanging with the mate threat. And then you can just save the bishop. And now he's up a pawn, making some trades. And somehow this move was so devastating, it was the end of the game. If knight f6, maybe queen h8, queen g7. If f6, maybe bishop g6. Ew, that's nasty. Look at that. Ew. Okay, yeah, simple as that. No good move. If you play tiebreaks every round, I don't know if there are any rest days for you, Far Eastern, yeah. So Idani Poya 2-0 over Kevin Corey. Nice game. Confident performance from him. And Jagadish lost the match to Bobby Chang. Yeah, it was just too much. He went down in flames pretty quickly here after knight g5. White played h4, just punishing from Bobby. Rook a3, covering knight b3, and can cover the king, and this square is needed. There comes the rook. And resignation. Black's just out of material. Goes down in a heap. Too aggressive from Jagadish. Yeah, he went too aggressive this game. That's the story on it. I'd predicted him to score the upset in this match, but it was not to be this time. Bobby Chang on the border of crossing 2,600 for the first time in his career. Of course, Mav, enjoy the family, and we'll see you for round 2. This is game 2 of round 1, right? So we'll see you for round 2 on whatever the next days are. Tuesday, Monday, I don't know. Gregorians against Audley has not been able to make progress here. The job is entirely on this knight to keep the white king from ever getting through b4 or e5. That's the key job of the night. A lot of pressure and responsibility for that one piece. I haven't seen his game today blow hot, so I don't rightly know. Let me just see how this goes. F5, yeah. Nice sequence from Naxons. I wonder if he could play this rook ending as black. I would probably keep playing. Okay, knight f3, king f6, rook d7. A lot of these players have just made move 40, so they're starting to use a little bit of time they have. See how Divya's doing here as she hits move 40, rook e7. Threatening this pawn. If rook e6, there's bishop c4. Knight g5 also loses a pawn. Queen h8 is ugly. Quite ugly. Oof, yeah, she's in a bad spot. Has this game ended? Queen b8. No move yet. Schneider, rook h4. King e3. Now rook h1. Yeah, I mean, Schneider's played a valiant and interesting game this round against Injic. Does he have enough to win this rook ending? Probably not. But, you know, he's hoping and trying. I feel like this is the position where you probably have to take on a7 in the end. I don't know that there's any other major option. God, this red dragon's got to stop challenging me. 7 challenges at least, maybe 8 in one broadcast. Stop! I said no. Let's see. White's trying to pressure black a little bit. The bishop hasn't yet really gotten in the game. Black's definitely looking for counterplay. As if they were defending. So yeah, maybe White's still threatening to put some pressure on here. Black could probably play rook c1. Yeah, I mean, what's really the threat with knight a4? The king's... Oh, it's to go rook d6, push the king back, then knight c5, sure. Yeah, somehow Silliness has got like a few little annoying things coming here. But how would rook c1 be handled? I have to wonder. I mean, if rook c2, black could trade, and it's fine. It's too locked up for progress. You could also go here, and now there's no rook d6. So, and king here blocks the rook, so this is easy. So I guess you'd have to do this. Rook b4 seems good enough. I guess the king could also hide in here. And then this. Yeah, I mean, I just believe that black is still holding here. That's my sense on that position. Let's have a quick scroll through all the games since we did make time control. Just have a look at any notable results here. Hushenbeth won in round 2 to take that match. Van Kataram won the match against Roberto Garcia. They've got very old positions here. Let me refresh this page. Okay, Yegiz Khan Erdomus won his match. Looks like another fairly short game, 27 moves. The queen is trapped. 10 moves longer than the first game. Let's see. Gukesh not playing. Jeffrey Xiong wins the match. Rojstein wins. Artemiev 2-0. Michael Adams 2-0. Neil's still playing. Looks like an equalish endgame, so Niels will probably advance. Jose Martinez wins 2-0. Benjamin Gladura 2-0. Dmitry Kolars won yesterday. And today he's got queen against knight and these pawns, so I guess he can at least always take a draw. I don't know if a queen beats knight and 2 connected passers. For sure, I don't know. Pranav looks like he's going to go 2-0. Probably. Donchenko 2-0. Raunak Sadwani beat the FIDE master Daniel Barish, who had played supposedly a very good game against him yesterday. But today Raunak won, so he wins his match. Volkadov wins 2-0. Oh, Svane's opponent did show up today. From what country? Barbados. AD's 2-0. Chigayev wins with a draw today. Wow, FIDE master Kavin Mohan of Malaysia, I think. Yeah, Malaysia. Drawing the match with Hovhannisyan. That is pretty impressive. He's at a 300-point rating disadvantage. And he had black today. Let's see how he did it. Whoa! Wow! Maybe opening prep. I mean, 135 on the 134 on the clock. There's a pawn for white. Activity. Woo! Wow. Bravo to Kavin Mohan. Impressive. Very nice game. As black there. Impressive stuff. Pranesh has won the match with a draw. Tari's still playing. Oh yeah, Polly? I probably am somewhat tired. Let me see. How bad do I look? Yeah, I just look like normal. I mean, I'm tired on other days too. So Tari's idea is to collect the pawn on d3 via trades. The black king's very far away from it, but it's hard. It's hard to fully capture a pawn like this. I guess you have to do something like rook e4, rook goes back, rook c4, force a trade, and then you can clean it up. I don't know. I don't know how winnable this is. Basically, the problem I encounter with these kind of situations is, let's say you bring the rook to the 4th rank, and you try to play rook c4 to trade this, or rook d4 to trade that one and collect this. When your rook goes to either of those squares, black gives a check, forcing you away. I guess if your rook's on d4, you can get checked away and then just collect it. Next move. Okay, yeah. So you go here, here, get checked, step away, and then collect. Okay. So that looks like a pretty strong plan for Tari. Maybe he's winning there. Any other specific boards folks want to request while I am actually clicking around and looking? Ivich 1, Bakro 2-0. Martirosyan wins after a draw yesterday with a FIDE master from Indonesia. Sargsyan advances. Yufa still playing against a Canadian IM. Tavandiran. Looks like they might have a second draw in store for us today. Yeah, seems like black's pretty okay. Active rook, opposite colored bishops. One of the more exciting games we still have going somewhere here is going to be Mendonca against Wang. So maybe we'll get back to that one for a little bit. So this game was so complicated that they made time control and then spent a while on the very first move here for black. I assume white, yeah, it says white spent 5 seconds on king h2, so that wasn't a long think. Rook e4. Material's equal on this board, but the rook on d6 has been offered as an exchange sack for more than 10 moves, maybe 14, 15 moves. It's been available. Rook e4. If white played bishop d6, is black giving 2 rooks or mating somehow? Okay, it looks like black's got a very clear continuation. I'll show you the bishop d6 doesn't work for white. Black can go down a full rook by taking this way, and then give a perpetual here. And if white ever goes rook h3, knight g4, king g3, queen f2 is actually checkmate. White would lose. So white would have to take the repetition. I mean, unless black can do even better here with knight e4. Here, here, here. Could black try to win with the queen and knight against the two rooks and bishop? Yes, black would be better here with good chances of winning. There's just a mate threat right here in the face. White's not well coordinated. And black's got a pass pawn too. Yeah. So rook e4, dangerous moment for Shishu. What else can Shishu do though? I mean, this attack's going to be good whether or not white takes a rook. Rook h4 looks pretty killer here. If you want to watch live games from the whole event, that's the link to it. Well, this could be the end of the road, actually, for Shishu. 11 minutes on rook e4. So Mendonca was calculating that pretty darn precisely. I didn't find that calculation to be super long. It looks very clear and straightforward. There's just nothing for white to do about it. Maybe he calculated the position with the queen against two pieces a bit further than that, because king e5, it wasn't totally clear. Queen h2, rook f4, g5. Other moves for white here, other than taking on d6, there's rook g7, I guess, is a major move. Let's have a look here. King takes this might even be better, but this is the most simple. I take here and there's no checks to calculate. You have to take here, check. If here, knight g4 mate. So king out again, knight e4. And black wins again easily. Yeah, so rook g7 doesn't do anything. Queen d6, bishop d6. All get mated. All right, looks like Mendonca took it. That was crazy complicated. What a battle. What a battle. Check in on Oro. Rook check. Knight g3. King comes up. Eight and a half minutes on king e3, so they're taking these moves very, very seriously here as well. Black's got the idea of rook c2 or rook c3. I think white could potentially block either one with the rook, offer a rook trade. There's no danger in the rook trade for white. Is there any reason why white didn't grab this pawn? I'm sure there's a reason, but it's nothing obvious. It's not a blunder. Black doesn't just win in response or anything like that. He could have done that if he really wanted to. Okay, plays king e3. I mean, there's still arguments in favor of both players in this endgame. Could go either way, right? Because white could say the outside passer is going to be a problem for the knight, and black has this advanced pawn and pressure against white's king side here. Some strength in the middle of the board with this f pawn. Yeah, still kind of a 3-result endgame. Pretty intense and complicated. Gregorian finally widening the beachhead. Really trying to go for it here. Seemingly a significant lead on the clock. Adley's going to want the knight here to keep the king at bay. So black could try trading lots of pawns or try to keep the board more locked. To move like bishop h3. Bishop h3, well, I would probably take that way. Bishop here, so the bishop can't get back out. Yeah, that's a commitment for that bishop. Now the threat is king f4, king g3, winning it. Knight e6, forced in that case. And if king here, f4 becomes necessary. Oh, it's like a very tough defense for black. Now the threat is king g1 to h2. And idea being if the knight ever moves to let the bishop out, then we can take on f4 with the extra pawn. It looks tough for black. Yeah, it does still look tough. Oof. Difficult times for Ahmed Adley here. Tough to just defend a position like this for hours and hours. It's a lot of stress. No chances to win, just trying to stay alive. But you can lose yourself in the task and forget about the pressure and stress. You know, you just keep trying to find the best defense. Not worry about results and other things like that. See, as Divya got into the game, it doesn't look as bad as before, but she did give a pawn. It looks like, right? Queen h4. 17 and a half minutes, gives the pawn. And then for a moment, black comes alive. Bishop on f1, kind of passive. Pawn on e4, maybe hanging. Rook providing extra defense there with the tempo on the queen. And she might be able to equalize this position here, but with heavy pieces and the king exposed, the odds are all against black still. Cristobal maybe won the game. Queen b8, queen d7, rook h8, d4. Boom. Yeah, just straight at the king, Matovich. Here, Urtsaik resigned. A relatively good game because of queen d6 mate. The turning point in my own understanding of the game was when black played g4. I didn't understand what was wrong with f4. So I need to go check this for myself for a moment here. So f4, rook e1, bishop g4, e6. Apparently this works. f3, king h2, takes, here. b6, knight e6, winning. Bishop g4, rook e8, winning. Okay. So we got to around here, and I didn't look at knight c5, and it's a direct win, threatening rook e8 and knight e6. That's what I had missed, you see. And so it turns out that black was already lost here. Whether they played g4 or f4, it's just lost. So this h6 thing was just absolutely sick from Cristobal. Fantastical. What an idea. Cutting off the defense on this pawn and then finding weaknesses. I did say I didn't love this idea of g5. I thought just hold the structure. Was it already bad here, or was g5 a mistake? So it's still playable. Bishop e7 is more normal. And then this move is brilliant. Wow. Somehow rook c4 here would not have been as bad. So what difference would it have made? Chase her out. Interesting. Interesting. Bonjour. Tu veux du papier? Oui. Ouais, ouais, de rien. He's so cute and sweet. Okay, fascinating game. Fascinating game here from Cristobal and Urtzeig. Props to both of them on such a great game. But I guess especially Cristobal, who was under so much pressure after losing yesterday and put together just an incredible masterpiece here. See how Schneider's doing this rook endgame. Did he decide to go for the pawn at this point? Went back to rook g5 idea again. Ooh. Black's rooks get active. White did finally win a pawn, but black is so active, it feels like he's going to be able to reduce the pawns here. I don't feel like it's within range of a win for white. This endgame. Valiant attempt from Elon, for sure. Yeah, that one I feel like probably be a draw, and Injic still wins the match. Here Cristobal won and forces tie breaks. Stamatis, queen h4. What's the idea here for Divya? It's probably like rook e4. Bishop d3. I mean, that would be a draw for her. Does he have any idea to keep the advantage, or is he just keeping it simple enough? By defending this, he's kind of dealing with d5 ideas, which would be more complicated, right? But he can just take now. Bishop e4, I guess we have to ask ourselves. This move trying to win the game. Either of these moves good enough for white. In fact, white's got pretty good chances of winning with this check, trying to pick up this with check next move, right? Well, not trying, succeeding. King here, queen e5, and you take with two connected passers, and king here, queen here. So definitely no bishop e4. That's basically losing. Yeah, that's losing. Rook e7 is a little more complicated than just losing. Actually, good, important point. That looks maybe drawing rook e7 actually. But still no hint. I'm not finding any position where black can play for the advantage or even put practical pressure on white. So looking like the end for Divya, rook e4. Well, Shishu did not resign. They played a move. Oh, I didn't catch that move. Ay, ay, ay. Did not catch that move. I was ready to resign for white. Oopsie. Oh, it took Shishu 19 minutes to find that move as well. Doesn't seem like there was anything else. Variation number basic would be here, 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 here. Now the rook's threatened. And if it retreats, I think instead of trading bishops, which is pretty safe for black, white do this. Probably check. Force the king out of the way. And I don't know, rook e6, rook e7. I don't know exactly what it is. Probably rook e6. So rook e7, maybe black can go for this. Oops. That didn't work out. Okay, well, I didn't refute rook e7 then. It might be playable too. But this position here looks a little worrisome for black, right? The pawn's protected, the king's stuck out, the bishop pair's still alive and well. So let's see if there's anything else for black other than just trading. Rook c1. See what options there might be here. Queen on e1 doesn't have lots of moves. Knight g4, king g3. I don't see any advantage to throwing in that check here. Actually, it could be like one of the most insane moves ever there. No, it's just unrealistic, right? It's a queen sack. Like this. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. There's no way. There's no way. Too bleary-eyed to look at that variation, and I just don't believe it. I can't follow it. So what's going on here? I mean, if you retreat the queen from the first rank, feels like white might be able to take the material then, right? It's just a little bit, but it's something. I mean, yes, to some extent anything could happen. But it seems like white's got their stuff pretty well together. Maybe this would be the move. To do something. Idea being, if you move the rook, there's queen g4. And if you take, then check here and here. All they need is one pawn and dark squares, and white will never lose. Maybe win. Never lose. Maybe win. Okay. Well, queen e2 was just played. Oh my god. Queen e2 was just played by Mendonca. So remember previously, instead of rook f4, we were playing like this as black, and then we had checkmate here when the king came up. But that was with our queen on the first rank. Now the king can just drop back, and black's resigning. So bishop d6 played. Ooh la la. I've been sitting a little too long here. If anyone's been watching this broadcast for the full 4.5 hours, you have also been sitting too long. It's official. Wow, huge risk here from Mendonca. Anything to calculate here? He's thinking before capturing here. He's got rook f4, bishop d6, knight g4, but the only move that looks plausible is rook takes queen. The others look super lost. So this position would be down a full rook, right? So what would there have to be for it to be any kind of a hope or a line or a variation? Does this even threaten anything? That's it. I mean, there's just nothing here. Black's just down a rook and getting mated. So it's got to be rook f4. Bishop f4. I just don't believe it. There's tiny hopes of a draw, but in a queen versus 2 rook position, but it's basically very tough. Man, I'm impressed with how Shishu played this game. I mean, it was so, or maybe Shushu. Yeah, probably Shushu. It was just so complicated and tactical and just all-out brawling. I think there's no third time control, only 2 time controls, meaning that Mendonca, 3 moves into the second time control, is down to 5 minutes plus the 30-second increment for the rest of this game, which is tough. Pneumonia, oof. That is rough. It would be nice to be out of the bed, but every now and then we are stuck in bed, and it's in those times are the best times to have some chess or other interesting things to watch on the internet. You know, there's all kinds of great stuff on the internet. Oh, wait, let me improve a previous variation. Oh my gosh, very important. Hang on. Remember this variation, which could come up. And we said here, this was winning. And I played this, this, this. And after bishop d6, g3, I said white was looking very well, right? With the dark squares covered by the pawns. King gets organized to a light square. Everything's defended, more or less. But look at an important improvement for black. Check. Not letting the pawn go to g3. King here. Check. Uh-oh. Here. Check. Here. Check. Here. Takes. Now, this position has a very, very different evaluation because black won both white rooks in short order. So maybe Mendonca has some juice going in that direction. So let's see where they are in the game right now. Rook f4 played by Mendonca after 5 minutes. It's white's move. So now what we're considering is that if white takes with the bishop, right, the black would give check here, knight e5. And it's like winning or something? Or at least white needs a different approach to that position entirely. Maybe sacking the rook on f3 instead of moving it. Right? So imagine this knight e5 position again, which could come up. What if we can't take because of queen takes and, you know, queen g5 and h5? What if we have to allow knight f3, pawn f3? That would look like maybe rook c8, knight f3, pawn f3. These kind of ideas. g5, bishop d6. You mean earlier in this game, Kanthal? This is an interesting move. Rook c8. Here it looks like black can't prevent white from queening with a winning position. That's if the queen goes after this piece. King could also go this way, and there's bishop c2. Not so nice. Not so pleasant for the peasant. So we might be in for something like this, you know, just leaving the rook hanging. Normally I go back and look at other things if I understand the live position at least and have like extra time to go back. But if I don't even know what's going on in the live position and then I try and go back and look at something pre-live position, it's usually not helpful. You're saying rook e3 on this move. We just got to move in the live position. Rook to d1. What on earth? Wait, what? Another move just off of our ideal list. Rook d1? That doesn't even look like it could be correct. That allows bishop takes bishop. Is that a relay error? What's going on? Instead of taking the bishop somehow? No. No. All right, bishop f4. I refreshed it and got the computer and got the site to show bishop f4, which makes sense. Bishop c5 played, not knight g4 to e5. Check. And gets behind the pawn. So it's queen against two pieces. But it's still somewhat wild. There's still knight g4. There's still this. There's still bishop f2. Wait, knight g4 and then taking on f2 looks complicated. Yeah, Kanthal, I don't really know what would have happened on rook e3 a few moves ago. I don't know what's happening in the live position yet. 2 minutes for Leon. Luke. 10 for Shishu, I think. If I look at other boards, what's the time like? Is that consistent? That they should be that low? I guess so, yeah. Yeah, I think they're both in the second time control. We had a knight trade here in Oro's game. So king e3, check, blocks, advances the pawn a little bit. Black avoids the repetition. Finally goes for the rook and pawn ending. Ooh, and there goes a pawn. Burkic definitely on top. King g3, trying to stay active. King g4, rook g3. Very risky. King e4, rook e3, even riskier. King f2 defending the g-pawn. Rook a3, rook c4 is the most reasonable defense, but probably black goes king e5 before taking, you know, trying to bully in the middle of the board. Oh, king e5 looks strong. You see how, yeah, and he's played it. You see how rook here, and it feels like within range of holding for white, maybe with the activity of the rook. And you make one little in-between move, just strengthening. The king fights the rook for territory, and there's just not that much territory left, right? Oof. Scary times for Oro there. See if Gregorian's made any progress here. Trade, 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 trade. So we get all trades. King gets to g5. Oh la la. Nope. Backs off. What? Because here there's just check, right? Forcing you back. Wow. So he still can't get through. Plays king e3. Bishop c2. b4. The torment continues, but still holding. Still holding for Audley. Done, done. Daneshvar finds the way to a rook endgame. What's the material count? Equal material. White's rook is more active. White's king is slightly more active. Everything a little better for white here. So, who knows? Who knows? Cuckoo!
comme ça.
Ouais, je suis juste à côté de l'instrument, de la contrebasse de maman. Ouais.
I can't see something.
Tu vois rien?
I see kids.
Tu vois des enfants? Oui?
Yeah.
Oui?
Yeah.
Yeah. She thinks Dineshvar looks like a kid in this picture here. Probably, the picture probably is like 1 or 2 years ago. Probably might even be 2 years old from when he was about 16. Tu vois les petits pions là? Wow. The central pawns also look stronger than the side pawns a little bit. This is still a tough defense for Dineshvar for sure. Whew.
I
C'est
see.
difficile.
I see a red flag.
Mm-hmm.
It's only white, only black too.
Tu penses que les blancs vont gagner?
Uh-huh.
Ouais. Okay, we got a prediction that white's going to win this game. Et puis là, est-ce que les noirs vont gagner?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also the white.
Et les blancs aussi vont gagner?
Yeah.
Okay, on this board, black and white are both going to win. Another prediction, folks. And then ici, qu'est-ce qui va se passer? Knight g4 check.
That was green.
Yeah, knight gets in. The pawn goes for a queen. Check. Bishop e7.
Hey, Dad.
Oui, chérie.
I see no one to see. No one so funny. Isn't it black so bad?
Black's bad, ici?
No, this thing.
Ici, c'est bien?
No,
No.
the cheval.
Le cheval? Ah, ok, le cheval est bien ou mauvais là?
Yes. I think it's happy. That is like that.
Ouais, ça c'est ton oiseau, hein?
Yeah.
Ah, c'est bien. It looks like white wins by queening here to me. Mendonca had 9 seconds left on the last move here. There were threats against f2. f2 was taken, and it didn't fully break white's king position, right? And now it's white's turn to queen that pawn if they want to. Ok, t'es prête à aller jouer avec les grands? Avec ton flying. Ok, l'oiseau va voler. C'est bien. Does black have a threat that I don't see? Because I don't see a threat. Knight d2, the rook and bishop are covering it. No checks. Yeah, white just queens and wins the game. Oh, je vais le faire voler après? Oh, cool. Okay. Ça doit être plus long que ça.
Not that strings.
Ok.
Only the black string.
Ça doit être noir.
Yeah, long string.
Ok.
A different black
Ok.
string.
D'accord.
This goes right here on the chairs.
D'accord. Ben, on verra peut-être un peu après, ok?
No.
Moi, pour l'instant, je vois pas de long ficelle qu'on pourrait utiliser pour ça. Oh, attends. Attends, peut-être je le vois en fait. Est-ce que c'est là? Est-ce que c'est ça?
Yeah. I told you.
Et comment est-ce que tu le mets?
A white
Ok.
hang it up there.
Ici?
Yeah.
Ok. Donne-moi l'oiseau.
We
Moi, je pense que j'ai découvert le secret de l'oiseau, mais si tu n'es pas d'accord, c'est bon, tu peux faire comme tu veux. Okay, so d8 queen. Whoa, white does something else. Knight c5, you're thinking there? I think white's just got a million pieces, you know, it's just... you know, a series of raging moves that should come in at some point there. You know, and eventually some kind of win for white. Knight c5 before d8. Ah, but it was white's move. That's the problem. It's white's move here. Black just moved the bishop. So I don't see that anything could stop d8 if white wanted to play it. Instead, they played rook e3, got checked. Now, yeah, I guess black could play moves like knight c5 or something. Here white's starting rook e4, bishop c2, rook e7, d8. Queen f5 gets played. Looks like bishop c2 is pretty strong. Then there's bishop c5 to complicate. Seconds left for Mendonca. Still minutes for Shishu. There's probably lots of good games, Steinke, but I don't know which ones you saw or didn't see. Indeed, we are going without engines. I mean, I think one of the most interesting games we saw today was Zemlyansky against Ponsulaya. So that's an option. This is another one that's been very interesting. Shishu against Mendonca. I feel like, I don't know why he didn't queen. He was trying to make it even simpler or something, but now it feels like instead it's somehow more complicated. Like you get the full extra queen, but then you play this weird position. And somehow it seems like if you lose the full rook, then you'll be kind of out of luck. Honestly, I saw no hope for black here. I know I'm whatever, tired or bad at calculating in the middle of the night or something, but I didn't see anything for black to do. I have no idea why you would do anything other than just queen. Did this, got checked. Queen f5 going after the bishop. Bishop c2 doesn't look so hot. I mean, maybe you can move this piece somewhere. You move it here, then they go for, you know, a counterattack again. Right? Now you've got your queen, but they're kind of checkmating you. The live position is like this. Why is white not promoting? I don't know, Kaylin. I don't know. Oh, you mean now after queen f5? Yeah, we could still promote. I mean, we're just losing the pawn basically for nothing because this bishop's hanging, right? He could have promoted like 2 moves ago and won black's bishop for it. Now we've got our own bishop hanging, so I don't... So if you're asking why white doesn't promote now, I mean, I guess because it's a full bishop worse than a move ago. Played it now. Well, you can't play bishop c2 because your rook's going to be hanging as well. Whoa! Now bishop c2. Without bishop c5. What a find. God, we gotta blame him for not just queening a few moves before, no? Okay, so now the idea is queen f4, rook e4, potentially winning. And against other moves, yeah, there aren't really other moves. King to the back rank, rook d8, etc. If your friend's very good at chess, there's not like one particular opening that's going to beat your friend. You're going to have to practice a lot to beat somebody who's very good. G6 gets played. Holy moly. Rook e4 looks winning, and yeah, rook e4 looks quite good. And queen c5 check is the idea, huh? Rook e4, queen c5, bishop e3, queen c2, rook d7, king to the back rank, rook e8, mate. Ah oui. Très bien, tabouret. You wonder when it ends. I mean, it just started. It ends in, I don't know, 20 some days. Maybe 25 days. It's a long tournament. I don't know. We're just getting started. What does it say here? World Cup, November 26th. 25 days. Rook takes d8 has a chance of winning as well here. Rook e4 played. Queen c5 played. Yeah, so this was the variation I shouted out before, was this. This is live position after queen c5. After bishop e3, it looks like it's over, right? I mean, black doesn't have any moves. Qu'est-ce que t'as fait maintenant?
I just play it.
Okay. Bien fait.
Right next to the black thing.
Okay. Je comprends.
I want to get off. I want this.
Tu peux aller dessus si tu veux.
It's very big for me.
C'est grand mais solide. Ouais.
Yeah. You need a helmet like this. I am so big.
Queen c5. Wow. They went to the limit here. Oro's rook ending's probably going to keep going for a while. King h1 played. I guess against queen c2, they're still the same mate with rook d7, so you don't need to play bishop e3. Oui? Tu veux descendre, mais tu sais pas descendre toi-même? Je te montre. Il faut refaire comme tu as fait pour monter, tu vois. Et puis tu peux descendre par là si tu veux. Okay? Va jouer avec les grandes, hein. Moi je travaille un peu ici. Do OTB simul's even have a time control? Sometimes. Depends. Depends if they're played with a clock or not. A lot of OTB simul's are played without a clock, right? Coucou. Salut. Wow, the game's still going. No resignation yet.
Whoa! This is really hard to climb on this.
Yeah, now White's got
Watch me, Dad.
these candidate moves. Oi.
And I can do fall down.
Whoa.
That's big.
Wow. Oui, ça c'est très grand.
Yeah. It's very hard for you, Dad. You'll fall down.
Yeah, there might not have been a time control. And a lot of
You
simuls...
can't do this because you'll fall down.
Oi. Clocks are sometimes used in simuls that have, let's say, between 4 and 8 opponents, maybe?
Whoa!
Right?
Dad!
Oui. But, you know, normally if you've got 10 or more people, you don't use a clock because you just let the simul give her... Arrête, chérie. Chérie, chérie, chérie. Arrête. Va jouer avec les grands. Je fais un programme ici et tu es en train de crier. On peut pas faire le programme là, c'est une émission. Il faut que tu ailles autre part. Sérieusement. Je suis désolé. Vas-y. And there's the big resignation. Wow. That's the biggest upset that we're seeing here so far in the first round. Leon Luke Mendonca, 2600 plus, teenage grandmaster. It might be time for us to know something about Shishu Wang. To know who we are dealing with. Let's see, birth year 2001. Not a kid. 24 years old. Became an international master 4 years ago. They were close to 2,500 at some point, and then came back down to 2,400. Wow. So, yeah. I'm not even sure how Shishu got into this tournament, or what their trajectory is, but they're not like some little surprise prodigy or anything like that. It's just like a huge match result here. So there goes Leon Luke Mendonca, and Shishu goes on to round 2. He'll have a rest day tomorrow, and then he'll be in action against Yagiz Connor Domus on, sorry, I've kind of lost track of days, but I guess on Tuesday? Let's see what else is still going here in this match. So Oro on the defense against Ante Burkic. Rook drops back, takes. Active move attacking the pawn. King here. Maybe rook c5. Checarino. Yeah, you got to get rid of that g-pawn. That's too strong. What? Weird order of moves there from Faustino, but I was going to say, but I expect the kid can calculate a rook ending of this difficulty, but that didn't really make any sense, honestly. It just didn't make any sense. Why not just take here at this point? And then if here, you could take here. That seems much more efficient than 4 moves with the king. Yo, Charlie. King of 3. Tempe and Tempe and Tempe. King here. King e3, c2, king d1. King e3, rook g2, rook h4, c2, rook c4. King e3, rook g2, rook h4, king c5. King d3. Still looks like it's holding, even though I didn't understand that little king circle he did. Got some clicking on other boards. There's still some other games still going. Daneshvar seems to have held a draw. Collected those white pawns. How did he do it? It looked really scary for him right here. King e7, c5. Collects 1. Threatens counterplay with the a-pawn. Collects the 2nd. And draws agreed. So Daneshvar squeaks through. Pablo Salinas gave him a heck of a match here today. Really gave him a good scare. So, that's something accomplished for Pablo. Played a nice, strong positional game. 70 move challenge. he provided to the Iranian prodigy. Does every competition or World Cup have a prize like cash? I mean, the World Cup always has cash prizes. Does every competition in the world have cash prizes? No, but most major ones, pretty much any events with grandmasters in them. Sometimes there'll be, a local tournament at the public library for people who don't even have ratings, and there won't be prizes. Just play chess. But I guess in general, competitions have prizes. Yeah. Close that one down. So this one's... Oh, is this one drawn? It looks like Oddly did survive the pressure here. And draw agreed. Okay, so Oddly hangs in there. Draws the match with Karen Gregorian. They'll go to Rapids tomorrow. Rapid tie breaks. As will Faustino Oro and Ante Brkic, I believe. Rook d2 played to cut the king off from the pawn. So rook h4 would be my expectation now. Wow, you won a world tournament and didn't get any money. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking here. We take the pawn, and if this goes, we get behind it. Draw. Oh, king takes rooks might be even better if we don't want to draw. So I take. King here, I expect. Then I come here. And then I just put the rook here. Looks like Oro's doing fine here. Oh, that's just me putting in moves. Okay, this is a live position after rook d2. That game's done. Schneider's game ends in a draw, as I was expecting. Let's see the final moves here. Doubling up. Black looking for counterplay. We get one rook trade, and this rook gets behind this pawn, and that is a draw between Injic and Schneider. Injic goes on to the second round. Schneider gets some experience and goes home. Queen h4, Divya, Deshmukh, Queen d8, going into the end game, sort of down a pawn. White could take and take. Looks like White's winning this endgame, right? Just Takeovich and Pushevich. GG. Yeah, I think Caitlin by some point there, she was just trying to, draw a bad position. And it was no longer about the must-win situation because she never had any chances to win this game, right? So one big upset that we've seen, other games going the ways of the favorites for the most part. And Oro's game still technically live. Okay, after rook d2 he took. King d5 has been played. And this looks simple enough, this move. I guess the black king is coming around down here, but these endgames are still theoretical draws. You check back and forth, you run your h-pawn. I guess the reason that Brkic didn't play rook takes g2 was because it would allow the white king to get to d3 and start attacking this pawn more immediately. He wants to get his king under here, then maybe take, but I guess I see king c4, check here, check, king c2, g4. Yeah. Many ways, many roads to a draw at this point. Don't see many games still going here. G6, rook b8, h7. That was resignation over there. King d5, rook h8 takes. So king d3, then embracing the pawn makes a lot of sense. This game's going to end in seconds, I would say.
Lupin, we do not talk to Zelia like that.
There goes the c pawn. Rook gets behind it. And, you know, I'd expect check. King here takes, draw. So, let's go see if there's any game still going. But any game still going would be at move 70 or later. So it could be all decided by this point. Draw agreed over there. What's happening with this gray band on my screen? Okay. Ardomus 2-0. Jeffrey Xiong wins. Rodstein wins. Temyev wins. Adams wins. Niels Grandelius wins. Jose Martinez wins. No upsets there. Gladura wins. Kolars wins 2-0. Yep. Pranav 2-0. Yep. Donchenko 2-0. Sadwani 1.5. Don't see any games still going yet. Svane, Gorel, Chigayev. I mentioned before that Kevin Mohan got to the tie breaks with Hovhannisyan. We saw this game from today. It was a well-played game. David Anton from Spain, 2-0. Tari advances. Pranesh advances. Sam Amin. Ivic. Bakro. Cheparinov still playing. All right, we found one. Cheparinov is ahead 1-0. The position's locked up. He's got a bad bishop. You know, White has the reason to just keep playing forever, I guess. I don't see how White ever wins. But they never have to stop trying, right? So this game could keep going forever. Let's put it over here for a second and see if there's any other game still going that looks a little more lively, because I really see no possible breakthrough in that game. The Cheparinov game should be a draw. Hike won his match. Sargsyan advances. Yufa and Tavandiran end in a draw. As expected, we saw this endgame at some point, but we didn't see the end of it. This is the big upset so far of round one. Salem Saleh, 2-0. Steven Rojas of Peru, drawing the match so far with S.L. Narayanan, a very strong player. Wow. That's impressive. Ivanchuk advances. Woo! Ivanchuk. Aiden Suleimanli, 2-0. Stamatis, 2-0 as we saw. Rasmus Svan is still playing. Let's have a look. Pawn, knight. Yeah, White's position looks a little bit better here. Both players playing off the increment. I would probably go king d5. You can try and trap the knight with king e3, but you'll allow g5. So if I'm just blitzing, my instinct is king d5, right? And now if knight f2, I go e6 check, king here, and then something like knight d4 or knight f4. And black can't check my king before I can check there, so I gain more space. So black plays g5. Now I'm thinking I might need to trade. Sorry, check and then trade. If knight g3, there's knight f4, knight e6. So trade. This is a crazy line. They don't have a lot of time to calculate that kind of a line. I mean, a simple line goes like this. This, push, check, here, takes. And then the move knight c5 should probably draw that endgame. Hg played, knight g5. Knight d4, h4, knight f5 is the same as knight f4, knight g6. Looks like it'll be a draw, which should be enough for Svani to advance. I think with just seconds on your clock, it's impractical to look too hard for a win as white in this kind of a position against the rook pawn, but I suppose you could if you really wanted to. I mean, a minute or so. It's not that complicated a position. Not like a million things you can overlook as white and blunder and lose. Ghost is up. Ghost is asking how the round's going. How much longer do I expect the broadcast to go? And I will alert all of you to the same answer I gave Kostya, which is I feel like this round's going to be over in 2 or 3 minutes here. It looks like this game's, petering to a draw. Feels like the whole thing is I don't see many games left. Yeah. Hey, Yellow. Then I had this one here, right? Cheparinov. Bishop comes around here from f8 because the knight's going to attack that square. Yeah. Which games were interesting today? What's worth looking over? I thought Zemlyansky against Pansulaya was really interesting. I think that the upset game of the day, Shishu Wang or Wang Shishu over Leon Luke Mendonca. I think that was like a great game. So those two were definitely important games and well fought, and they stood out among the games that I watched. There was also
Mommy,
Wisha.
Ruben, there's still another time in a word.
Oh, ok. Désolé.
It's my turn.
Yeah. Demande à ta maman, hein? And then another game that was really cool was this game here, Cristobal Henriquez, who had lost one of the biggest upset yesterday to Urtsaik Agibigeleg. He won a comeback game today that was really, really interesting. So this was a really interesting game as well. Very instructive, unusual structure, 2 knights against 2 bishops. Those would be my top 3 games from the games that I watched. Queen trade here should confirm that that's drawish as well. Any more moves here from this game? E7. Oh, he keeps it going. Wow, and he lets this one go, huh? He wants to play king d7 and then queen with check. So black prepares to answer king d7 with knight f6. Now we trade the pawns. And the king can come in, but as before, black has knight c5. Congrats, Yellow. 2100 FIDE. Beautiful. Beautiful stuff. Of course, there were many, many interesting games, and some of them ended in draws, and some of them were decisive. So depends. Faustino Oro drew with Ante Burkic. Relatively, not a world-changing game. but definitely showing pretty good class. Oro confirming that he's grandmaster level for sure already. Still playing there. Has this board agreed to a draw? Not yet. Can Oro get norms here? Yeah, I think he could get a norm. Someone asked that before. I don't know any reason that you're not allowed to get a norm in this tournament. King heads towards the only area of the board that has any pawns left in it. Now, to get a norm, you just beat a GM? No. To get a norm, you have to play 9 games at a level over 2,600, facing several GMs from several countries. It will be hard to get a norm here. Yes, nearly impossible. You'd have to win the first 4 rounds to even get a 9th game, right? And by that point, his performance rating would probably be, like 2,800 or so. So, yeah. It would no longer be about getting a norm. It would be about, becoming a super GM or qualifying for the candidates and stuff like that, right? Knight e5. Okay, so, the king could come over this way, or knight c3 could go after the pawn. Facundo goes after the pawn. Makes sense. Vázquez from Uruguay. Oh, cool. Yeah, so now I think it's pretty clear. You take. White can take these pawns. You go back to c3, and then you just sack for the last pawn. Draw. Draw agreed. I mean, not agreed, but drawn. Has anyone gone straight from FM to GM? Yes. Jumping the IM title? Yes. It's happened a couple times. I think Larry Christensen and Vladimir Kramnik might be 2 examples of it. But in theory, as long as you don't apply for the IM title, any GM could have done it, right? Just never send in an application for the IM title. Just keep playing chess. I mean, that's one way to try and get GM norms. Hockey Chess do. You can try and research tournaments that are going to be a little bit softer or weaker. But the other way is you just try and get really good at chess, And Subra, I don't fully understand your question, I'm afraid. Scroll a bit down. Any other games we didn't see? Spana's game, they agreed to a draw. Grebnev advances. Nair advances. No surprises. Darda advances. We saw Poya Idani go 2-0 today. Here's the game still going. Let's see. White's got an extra pawn. But black can play knight takes e3, knight takes g4. Yeah, I mean, to become a GM, somebody needs the average needs to have their overall rating cross 2,500, so they have to be at a certain level. And then they also have to get the norms. So if somebody finds it easier to get to 2,500 and harder to get the norms, they could try and strategize about which tournaments will give them better chances of making norms. And I imagine anyone over 2,500 with, one or two norms, it might cross their mind, like, where might I get my last norms? I could imagine that. Whereas I could score norms and couldn't get my rating to 2,500, so I thought more about just overall trying to get better at chess. You're 2,000 plus in chess.com Blitz. To improve further in classical chess, you wanted to improve your calculation skills, which makes sense. You thought you would complete the woodpecker method and then Agard's Grandmaster preparation calculation. Sure, that's okay. I think Agard's book might be higher level than you need. It might be like 2,200 plus level. But if you can get 25% of the problems right, you can work on the book. There's a chance it's too hard for you. Okay, yeah, so this game ends in a draw. Subra, you know that there's a lower price in India, right? It should be hopefully displaying that correctly for you. All right. Okay, so that game ended in a draw indeed. Any other game still going here? Semilyansky. Georg Meyer advanced. Bobby Chang advanced. Jorge Corey draws 2 against... he drew a player from Kazakhstan. Tough.
Yes, Lily is reasonable, but I'm trying to explain to you why I'm happy to read the
Andy Woodward 2-0. Good start for the kid. Baijin Shi advances. Adlin Gregorian into tie breaks. Hushenbeth wins. Abbasov wins.
So yes, you used it up.
Motilyov wins. Couple tie breaks. I haven't predicted many of these matches wrong yet. Oh, Far Eastern was asking if Tin Jing Yao was playing in the tournament. He is. And is going to be in a tiebreak match tomorrow.
I need you to stop yelling at me. I told you that I was having issues. Can you please give it a break? Where's her iPad?
I don't know.
Okay, it's lost. That's fine. Lily, your iPad's lost, so we don't know where it is. No, you lost it. It's probably in the room somewhere. Well, it's lost. It was? No, he never used it. We couldn't find it. We couldn't find it. No, he was watching something here. Well, then did you look upstairs?
Why Steinke? I think it should be somewhere between 25 and 75% when somebody's working on tactics.
Because Daddy doesn't know where it is. And
Reading other material is different than tactics. But tactics, you should be getting between 25 and 75%, and the books Subra was talking about are basically collections of tactical puzzles.
How much longer?
A minute or two. My number was only about tactics, yes? I wasn't saying for everything else. For other things, how much of it should you be getting? Oof. It depends on the material. Too many different possible answers. Okay, I see no other live games, folks. We're gonna wrap up the broadcast and get into weekend with the family time. Yay! So, I give a range 25 to 75% because it depends on the players' motivation and their appetite and their goals. So there's the correct answer is a different number for different people. That's a range of proper spots. Let's send a raid and get out of here, right? I wish everybody a great day. And I will see you again for round 2 on Tuesday. All right. So take care, everybody. And I don't know if Jesse or Kostya is going to cover tie breaks, but I'm not going to be covering tie breaks. I'm just not interested enough in rapid chess to get up in the middle of the night, right? But I am in classical, so I'll be back for round 2 on Tuesday, and whether or not Kostya or Jesse are covering the rapid tie breaks, you'll have to find out from them, because I don't know for sure. Anyway, cheers, everybody. Have a great rest of your day or night or whatever it might be. And just a quick preview of what to expect in round 2. The matchups are going to be intense. It's going to be mostly 2,600 plus GMs playing against each other. All the top 2,700 plus players will be in action. They'll be done with their buys. So, yeah, it's going to be a different kind of show in 2 days. Cheers.